Everybody can see my screen? Perfect. Okay, great. So what we are going to do is, this is going to completely, I want you to make sure that that you bring a lot of paper, because we're just going to keep writing for the next 45 minutes. Okay. And there's a lot of stuff that you're going to walk back with. This is what you came here for. And, I once wrote this post saying that I joined workshops and boot camps, not for the content, that's me being honest, but for the scripts, but for the frameworks and the behind the scenes action, the juicy stuff. And that post went viral on my Facebook feed. I don't know how many of them I have sat through already, picking up the good and the bad. I've started signing up for a lot of speaking programs, because I think the missing piece for me in my coaching business was not the information, not the content, not the strategies, none of that, but basically communicating. And I'll talk about that a lot in this presentation, because that's where I think a lot of us are missing out on growing and moving forward in our journey. And so I've been investing a lot in speaking gigs, like pretty intense ones, and I pick up a lot of frameworks. And this presentation today is, if I may say, a sexy cocktail of the top performing frameworks that I've found that work for my workflow and those of my one-on-one clients. Okay. So how many of you have already been noticing some of them, that I've been using frameworks? I've been following a certain system, a certain script, a certain something. Is there anybody here whose mind is wired like mine? And they can already start. There's so much. It's not just the content that I'm talking and I'm speaking and you're listening and writing or whatever, but it's also what's happening behind. There's so much going on. If you do, and if you're like me and you like frameworks, then you also keep another set of separate journal or an extra sheet of paper. Write down the frameworks, the points that you pick up from this presentation, and let's talk about them at the end. If there is interest, I'm happy to discuss that also, which is not a part of the presentation actually. Okay. How many of you have been reading the emails that we are sending your way? Anybody? Lonson is, I know he's been responding back also, which I really appreciate. Because if you are the lucky ones. Do you know why? Do you know why? Because they've been designed like a mini 6-figure free course. My emails are not the typical emails, okay, something, I don't open most of them. They are like so much value loaded. They're going to shift your mindset by just reading through them. And sometimes you may feel the need to read them twice over. Okay, so if you haven't, please go back and do that. Also, if anybody wants to share any ahas very quickly in like 1 quick second from the emails that they've been reading, if you have, I don't know, most people don't read emails, but if you have and you want to share for 1 quick second something, you're more than welcome. So my presentation is full of all these frameworks and a lot of extra things, and a lot of templates. For example, my closed template, which is a classic example, right? So what's a closed template, guys? Anyone? What is a closed template? Anybody can tell me what's a closed template? Is there a time lag between? Okay, that thing closed while I let you guys respond to it, that thing that you hesitate talking about at the end of your events, your lives, about your programs and your expertise. You hesitate just because either someone told you something funny about them, or because you really don't know how to go about presenting your beautiful programs, or even handling the objections that they say come along with it, right? So you'd rather not talk about it. How many of you know what I'm talking about? You don't do your closed template at all. And I've seen people literally tripling tripling their client conversions instantly by starting to use this one 20-minute easy to learn framework alone. It's a 20-minute framework. It's not like, oh, mindset. It's not like any of that stuff. It's a simple template. It's the easiest template. If I'm following 10 different frameworks today, there are more, but let's say out of all of them, this is one of the easiest. So I invite you to watch mine and learn from it. I invite you to write notes, take that extra sheet of paper on the frameworks, on the behind the scenes stuff that you're learning. How am I presenting? Why am I saying this? If I'm saying something, yes, you learn from it, but also why am I saying this? Okay. What is it that I'm driving you to? What is it that I'm leading you on to doing next? That's the question that you should be asking yourself. Okay. So watch it. It's beautiful. Okay. Because if you learn, if you walk back with some pieces of that closed template, chances are that if people are showing up for your lives or your events, you will be able to sell way more than whatever is happening today. Lonson says an organized system for talking about my programs and services. No, I prefer things flowing, but yeah, but it's a template. So that's, you can call it organized, but yeah, you know what I'm talking about. But people don't talk about it. That's the problem. Okay. So let's dive right into the 3C client closing framework. And so there are 3C. Everybody can see. Don't judge my handwriting. Okay. This is just about sharing and sharing the energetics of it. And I'll keep talking so you will not miss out on anything. Okay. So the first step to be able to close 2 times, 3 times, 5 times more coaching clients in just few days before they move away to other groups in the first week, without having to post, without having to chase them, convince them, sell to them ever again, is the first one is opening up channels of conversation. Conversation is the first one, guys. First one is conversation. Okay. And what's the word, guys? Conversation. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever had a moment in your business when you feel that you're taking all the right steps to grow, to nurture, and close your audience, but the results somehow feel short of your expectations, no matter what you do? Raise your hands up nice and high for me if you felt this way before. Or if you've ever felt that you deserve to get way more engagement in your Facebook groups for all the hard work that you put in, all the value that you bring in, but it's not happening. It's not happening. It's not the same. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your honesty. So that is why you need to learn the art of opening conversations with your people and get to know them fast. Speed is the name of the game, guys. If you learn and set up the channels of conversation right at the gate, you're going to be able to have way more followers turning into diehard fans of the leader that you are without really doing anything at all. Anything at all. Raise your hands up for me if you like the sound of that, please. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So to master the art of conversation building, you need 3 things. How many things? 3 things. Okay. The first one is switch to DM conversations. Switch to DMs. Why do you switch to DMs, guys? Anyone? Why should you switch to DMs? What are the channels of conversation available to us for our people to communicate, to talk to our people? Emails? Ads? I don't know. What are the channels of communication? Chatbots? What else? What are the channels of conversation that we have available? Which ones are two-way communication out of these? You want conversation, right? You don't want one-sided masterclass. Messenger. Yes, that's your DMs. So which one is the two-way communication here? Which one is the personalized one? Do you like to talk back to a chatbot, like a many chatbot which runs from your business pages? Do people like to have a conversation with a chatbot? A chatbot is designed to deliver information, something. It's pre-designed to do a certain task and finished in the end of it. Do people like to talk to chatbots? Are they real humans? Do they give the feeling of real humans? The only and only platform available for us, emails have very, very poor open rate. So I mean, I'm not saying don't do it, do whatever works for you, but I'm saying, where is it that you can have a conversation with your people? Only and only Facebook DMs. So switch to DM conversations, show interest in finding out about what's going on in their life, in their business. What do they have on offer? Find out about their offers, because that might be of interest to you. That might show them that you are interested in them, getting to know them better. What is their zone of genius? Make the entire conversation about them, not you. Don't just dump on them the link to a free resource and disappear. I mean, I know most of you may not be doing that already, but I see a lot of people do that. And as you go along in that conversation, make them, this is very, very important, make them feel heard, make them feel understood, talk, do voice messages. People today are craving for connection. Humans are craving for connection, especially after COVID. It's a different world we are living in today. Leave them with there's so much to share. You are an expert, right? Leave them with actual tangible value tips if you can, just in a conversation, just support them. Okay. How many of you are doing that at all? Like going out there and doing it, not like one-off, once in a bit, sort of a situation. There's a big myth floating around in the coaching industry, people, and that's called something funny. And I call it funny because I find it super funny. And that's called cold DM. And all these coaches will come and tell you, buy this program, join this thing. We teach you how to sell, how to close clients, how to do this, whatever the result, whatever the program is about, without cold DMing. How many of you have heard about that? I mean, I don't know what's the difference between. So by that logic, if you're not going to have conversations with people inside of DMs, or you're not going to reach out to them for the first time inside of DMs, how else will you find audience? How else will you grow your audience? What is your other mode? What is your other mode? Are you going to run ads? Are they warmer than your DMs? Are they more personalized than your DMs? Yes or no? How are you going to do outreach? They will tell you, go and do ads. I mean, do ads if you want to. I'm not against running ads. But are they personalized? Are they one-on-one? Do they encourage, do they support conversations? Zilch, zero, none, nothing. They're useless. They're the opposite of conversation. You don't even know who are the people. If you run Facebook ads, Facebook will own that audience. You cannot even have a conversation with that person. Like, you don't know their profile. You cannot do anything. You cannot invite them. You cannot send them, unless they opt in into a landing page and you get their email, and then you can put them on an email and hope that they'll open it and do something about it. It's a waste. Nothing happens. It's so slow. It requires so much time, so much money, patience. It doesn't work. We are living in 2023. We want speed. Doesn't work. Whatever doesn't work, we move away from that. Okay. So how do you connect with people? You reach out to them. How many of you I reached out to you here in DMs for the first time? I didn't sit and engage in a post. I did not sit and engage in a post and say, oh, I don't do that anymore. I just don't do that. So I know I haven't. I don't do that anymore. I don't sit and engage in posts thinking that someone will look at some comment, we'll start a conversation, then they'll become my friends, and then nothing. I don't do that. I don't care. I don't have that kind of time. Almost all of you, even the ones who haven't shown up today, a lot of people haven't shown up today. Yeah, everybody, I reach out to people inside of DM. So you want to call it cold? Of course, the first out, it's like you meet with a friend's friend, you visit a friend's party, and you meet with the friend's friend there. That person is cold, right? You don't know anything about them. You're meeting them for the very first time. They're complete strangers, absolutely cold connection. Then you say a hello, you greet them, then something, and then, you warm them up, they get to know you, you get to know them, and then things move forward. That's exactly what a DM is. You're building a connection. It starts with not knowing them. And why do you label it as cold? I don't even get it. It's irrational according to me. Okay. So if you can drop, anybody has any concerns around this, please ask me right now. Because this is very important. There's nothing called a cold DM. The DM is a DM. It's a conversation. What you do with it will make it good or bad. What you say in it, how you deal with it. And we'll talk about it in a lot of detail because that's very, very important to understand. Okay. Let me ask you a question here. How many of you have group members with whom you've never exchanged a two-way conversation inside of your messenger inbox? And you've labeled them as inactive, of course. Anybody here? Do you talk to every single person? And when I say talk, that doesn't mean sending out the first DM and you're done. That's not a conversation. That's not a conversation. Sending out the first welcome message, if you have, most people don't, but even if you have that, like Ramona said she does, that's not real conversation. Conversation is when you're talking, when they respond back. There are components to that message that then takes them to the next and the next and the next and the next level. You see what I mean? Do you think these people will ever move even one step closer to becoming your clients? Yes or no? How many of you know that that's not going to happen? So it's very important to, first is we switch to DM conversations, and we'll talk more about it. Yeah, not spoken to most of them. Really appreciate your honesty, Gabby. The second piece is build multiple touch points. Build multiple touch points. What are touch points, guys? They are nothing but connection points. The more touch points that you create, the warmer they'll become faster. Use every opportunity to start a conversation with them. Not only the DMs, not only the messenger, not only the messenger. That's one way of doing it. I'm saying build so many touch points. It's pretty simple actually, because all high ticket businesses thrive on this. Give me some examples. DMs, obviously. What else? When you text message someone, that's one form of DMing. You can tag people. You can tag people inside your group. Make it obviously smart and selective, only for important things, important invitations, reminders, updates, something nice that is coming up. Tagging is another form of conversation, isn't it? You're sending some information, keeping you yourself fresh in their mind. That's tagging. Anybody here who doesn't know what tagging is? Okay. In DMs, I do not only written messages, I also do voice messages. I also do video messages. So many different ways of it. They're all different. They have different impact. They have a different connotation. Then when you go and engage on their post, whether or not you read the post and comment on, I mean, you can react and then comment and so on. All of those are building touch points. All of those are building touch points. So it's all about how you treat them, guys. When they come into your business, into your, let's say, your Facebook group, it's all about how you treat them. When you have guests at home, do you open the door with your best smile and welcome drink and a heartfelt conversation, or do you leave them to check out the place on their own? You see what I'm saying here? With me so far, everybody? And here comes the juicy stuff. Absolute, my favorite. Okay. The third one, how do you build conversation with people? Thank you, Ramona. This is like another level. Okay. Use automation and technology as much as possible to make life comfortable in 2023 and buy back your time and your sanity on social media. I mean, I went ahead and partnered with one of the top software developers last year because that was the need for me and for my clients' businesses. and we built it all out. You know what we did? We were able to replicate my signature touch point creation system that I was using with my one-on-one high ticket clients. We were able to replicate those features in technology, literally automate the nurturing process, literally automate the nurturing process. I'll explain to you. I know it's too much to digest because you will not be able to even imagine what I'm talking about here. Okay. But this is what we did. And that's why I call it the passive nurturing system, because you don't get involved in nurturing them. And that's how you do it fast, because technology can do it at the drop of a hat. That's how you can buy back your time. It's a game changer. It's life-saving. Okay. Let's take some examples of, since all of you are here for this event, Fastest Path to Clients, this workshop, tell me what all touch points did you receive from me? Let's make a list of that. What all touch points did you receive from me from the time when you signed up or just before you signed up? I mean, there was a reason why you signed up, right? So from that point until today, when you showed up, I created a whole sequence of touch points for you. What were those touch points? What did they look like? Of course, I did daily value emails for you. I don't know how many of you opened them and read them actually and took action on them. Definitely that was one. Okay, what else? I want everybody to participate in this. This is a game changer. If you don't participate here, this workshop will not help you. I can guarantee you that. I can literally guarantee you that. Andrea says DMs and emails. Thank you. Anybody else? DM outreach, emails, lives, comment communication. Okay. Okay. Brilliant. Lives in the I hardly did any lives in the Facebook group, just one video from back then. I wanted to do, but I didn't have the time, honestly. Voice message, beautiful. Voice message, Facebook post, PM, link to workshop, more DM, emails. Brilliant. You guys are getting it. I'll explain to you. So I had to, voice message, so important. So I had to send you DMs to explain why you need to open those emails, not just a DM to say, my DMs are long. How many of you have noticed that my DMs are not like one-liners, they're generally long? How many of you have noticed that? Why they're long is because I give you, they're written following a certain format. Thank you, Ramona. They are written following a certain format. I'm a DM queen. I have done for you services for my clients where I write conversion DM scripts. So, I mean, I make use of that because I know how to do all of this, but that's where I'm coming from. But what I did is to explain to you and to break it all down for you. What I did is I wanted you to read the emails, because the emails they were written out as a preparation for you to open yourselves up to receive much more than what you thought you could from this workshop. Okay, this is not just a random workshop for me trying to show up and trying to sell you something. It's a completely different energetics for me, the way, the kind of people I attract, the way I interact, the way, the kind of transformations that I offer, the kind of people I like to work with. It's a whole different ball game for me. Okay, so I needed you to read the email. So what did I do? I saw that most people were not opening their emails. So I wrote down a DM where I explained to you what is it that you're going to get inside the emails, why you should be opening them, and what's your call to action. I wrote a whole thesis on it, and why, if you didn't do it, you'll miss out on XYZ. Like, you can read your messages. Not going to go into that. Okay. So that was one kind of DM, because now the call to action was open the email. Then I sent out voice messages. Oh, I'm sorry. How many DMs did you receive from me for this event? Quite a lot, right? I think there's one that I missed out, but then I covered it up with the voice message. Yeah, quite a couple. And those messages were designed to be sent out at exactly the same point, perfectly synced with the emails. They were not sent out randomly. So I had written out a whole flow in I use a CRM and I use some Word document, different things. So I knew that, okay, 2 days before I'm going to send out this email, then 21 hours before the event, I'm going to send out this DM. And because then it'll build up on the previous one. Like, there was a whole sequence to it. There was a whole story behind it. Everything was designed like a story, if you know what I mean. Everything was designed like a story, guys. How many of you are understanding what I'm saying here? Okay. So then I realized that I needed to, thank you, Lloyd. Then I realized I needed to put in something else. There were some missing pieces. There were some missing pieces. Okay. There were some missing pieces, and I realized I cannot send out so many DMs explaining all of this while keeping it sanely short enough for you guys to read. So then I decided to do a voice message. Ideally, I would have sent out a separate voice message to all of you, like with your name and stuff, but I didn't, honestly, I didn't have the time because I was tweaking this workshop completely for this round, because I have decided not to do this very often going forward. There are reasons to that, but we'll come to that. So I thought about every piece that I wanted to convey to you, and I sent it out to everybody who was signing up. Okay. How do you think it helps to send out a voice message to people? How do you think it helps to send out a voice message to people talking about your event? What do you think it does? It's a touch point. What do you think it does? Was it just information giving message? It brings them closer. Yes, thank you. Reminder, yes, information for sure. Huge, as it helps people to feel valued. Very important. It's so important. My entire work is all about 100% about how I make my people feel. I teach my clients how to make, when we do live launches, like 5-day boot camps, I teach my people during those 2 weeks, how do you make them feel like kings and queens, like VIPs, even if it's a free event, so much that they become yours. It builds trust, it builds expertise. Absolutely. It's almost about connection. There's so many of you who got to know me at various points in time. Some of you have known me for a while. Some of you got to know me a few weeks ago. Some of you got to know me a day ago, 2 days ago. You are very cold. How do I break that ice? I don't have the time. My event is coming up in a day, in 2 days. What do I do? Voice message is the fastest way to break that ice, and not just, hey, hello, how are you? It's packed with value. I'm showing concern. The script was written by me first, and then I recorded it. It was not a random message the way I pick up the phone and I start, press on that button and I talk. There was a script to it. What was the script about? Taking you through a story of what, why, how, and then what happens, leading you like a leader, as somebody who cares personally, one-on-one, because that's what I'm about. I do this with everyone. That's how my brain is wired now, because I've been doing this for years. This is what made all the difference in my life, in my business. The whole script of the voice message was crafted intentionally. There was one person who signed up just a couple of hours before. I was scrolling through our DMs, to see, just out of curiosity, that how many messages had we exchanged earlier for this person to come and sign up for my workshop and be so excited. And she's actually here right now. And I saw that the first message that I sent out to her was not even a hi, hello. It was a straight outreach, like a cold outreach, inviting her for the workshop. That was the first message. Because the workshop was around the corner, there was no time for me to do all that stuff. And some people can throw a fit and they say, oh, but you need to get to know me first, and all of that stuff. That we'll talk about that also. But she's a live example that when you offer something that is of immense value to other people and you present it in the right way, and if they are in the right receiving mode and they're aligned with, they know that that is what they need and that is what will help them, they will move closer to you magnetically without you having to do anything. How many of you people know what I'm talking about here? Then I smartly tagged you guys. I obviously use technology. So what I did is I created different buckets for people. There were two kinds of people. I mean, talking about people who signed up for the event. There were two kinds of people. One who joined the Facebook group, the others who didn't. Despite me telling them 500 times, please go join the group, please go join the group. So then what we did is we smartly tagged. I just had to write one line, tell you what it was, invite you for the event, keep you posted. One click of a button, everybody was tagged in one click of a button. I didn't have to hire a VA to do this. I wrote what I had to write, the message in the comments, One click of a button, everybody was bulk tagged. All of you were. Another touch point I built with you. And the message was very caring again. It was not a bland message. How many of you have seen all these people who use the everyone tag? They take it for granted that there is a post. Look at my hands, please. They write a post, and then in the comments below, what they do is they just say everyone and it's tagged. That means you come and you choose to go up and read the post or not. There's no verbiage written in that comment next to the tag. It's so rude. It's the opposite of building a connection and rapport. It's the opposite of nurturing them. I don't even know what the words are. Why? Because when Facebook shows you that notification of that tag, it takes you straight to the comment, not the post. You have to manually scroll back up to read. That's your choice. Facebook takes you first to the comment. You have to see this. You have to start observing these things. Imagine I send you to a comment where I just said everyone. There's nothing. There are no words. And I'm putting you amongst the herd of so many people in a big group. And so I'm not treating you like a VIP king and queen. I'm not. It's the opposite of that. Everyone, there's nothing wrong with everyone tag. Not for the reasons that people tell you, oh, whatever, there's a whole thing around it. But because of the treatment that I'm giving to you, you become a small part of the big collective. I want you to stand out in my world and feel like, oh my gosh, she's there for me. She's always there for me. How does she find time for me? Anything and everything that I ask her, she's always supporting me. She's always going to have my back. I am not even signed up with her. This is how she takes care of me personally, one-on-one. How many of you have felt something closer, something of that sort with me at any point during this journey of having known me? Can you please put that in the comments for me, please, so that everybody can read that, because I'm sharing my screen and I cannot see all the faces right now. I can only read the comments at this point. So I smartly tagged you. And what it also did is, very interesting, I created a FOMO for all those who did not sign up as yet. And I got a couple of people to sign up for that as well. Lonson, thank you. Very kind words. Really appreciate you. Thank you, Ramona. It's beautiful, because when you say you love being led, what you're also saying is that I am with you. I'm surrendering myself to you, and please help me. Like, not help me, but you're saying that you got my back. Like, I'm ready to move together with you. Are you ready to hold my hand if I'm ready to take that action? Are you also equally invested with me? That's what you're saying. And it's a very genuine thing coming somewhere in the back of your mind. And most coaches don't show that. They're very cold, I think, in their approach. And that's why you hesitate in doing a lot of things. And that's why the friction, and that's why the programs fail. And that whole thing, I don't want to get into that actually. The other thing that I did is I created an event. I created a Facebook event. So all of those who were inside the group would have gotten a notification by default from Facebook telling you about this event. Yes or no? I didn't have to do that. I just had to create an event. That's it. Make sense? Another touch point coming from me, right? That notification was coming from me through Facebook. Then I got you to join. Very interesting. I got you to join this group, even though the event was neither getting streamed inside the group. Nobody asked me, why did I make you join? Nor was there going to be a replay. Why did I ask you to join? A, because I needed to tag you and inform you and keep you posted. B, because there is something called a journey, and we'll go deep dive into that. There's a journey, like an experiential journey that I've created inside my group that I wanted you to start moving on, for which I use 100% automation. And that's how I warm up my people instantly. And that's why we need to talk about it in detail. Okay, so that's why the group. There is one more touch point, guys, possibly the most important and most underrated touch point of all. Nobody has spoken about it till now. One last second for you to make a guess, because I've covered the rest. Of course, I also sent out SMSs. I don't know if that fired or not. I have no idea. I don't know if anybody received an SMS. That'll be nice to know. My goodness, you had to be a part. You had to be apologetic in a paid program. Yeah. Leadership is missing, guys. Leadership is missing. And that's why you cannot implement, because if you don't feel led, you don't feel the inspiration. And if you don't feel the inspiration, you're not going to take action. It's human psychology. And if you're not going to take action, it's not going to work for you. It's not that the program was good or bad. Maybe they had the best information. But if they cannot lead you, like need all the three pieces. The person can be an expert, but if they cannot lead you on to the next step and the next, it'll not work for you. You see? So what is that one piece? Anybody? No SMS. Oh, okay. Okay, I have to check that. That's really sad because I got everything activated this time. Thanks for letting me know. That's very sad, actually. I spent some money doing that. Okay. But that's fine because I was able to send out the DM reminders, luckily. So the most important and the most underrated touch point of all was my stories. Getting some aha moments here, please. My stories, some posts. I would say both posts and stories, but posts generally, I think they've lost their reach quite a lot. Stories, magic. Magic. You know why? You know why? Because all of you, because I was having conversations with you already inside of DMs, because, the messages were going out around the event. So the algorithm, for whatever it's worth, was showing you my content a little more than the other people without me having to do anything. The DMs were going on automation. I wrote them once and it was just sending it out to all of you. Okay. So I didn't have to do it manually. So now, because the DMs were working, yeah, so it's okay if there are few, but the point is I saw a lot of you were seeing my stories, and what I was doing was I was putting out content not only to invite new people to sign up for the workshop, but I was putting up my client testimonials throughout every single day, strategically, well planned, intentionally, every single day. How many of you know? Because I know a lot of you saw those stories. I could see the names that you are already so warmed up to me without me having to even jump in on a call with you, without me having to have a conversation with you, which we will. But I'm just saying, even if you are new to my world, I was making myself, my value, my stories were there in my emails. There was so much value that you could really, really say, oh my gosh, this person, this thing, this is like groundbreaking. I want to work with her. You could see my stories, see the testimonials and feel like, oh, perfect, perfect credibility, perfect results. And you could see my DMs and you could say, amazing leader, because I could lead you on. All three things that we spoke about earlier were covered in my touch points because they were designed intentionally. They were not random. How many of you got some aha moments here today? Things that you did not see and notice, but now I brought them to your attention. Even though you all experienced those touch points for the same event that we are here, but you did not notice what I was doing, even though you were receiving them. You did not see it that way. Yeah, thanks, Andrea. Okay. Of course, as I said, I automated most of it, so that was really good. Yeah, more touch points. The more you make, the better it is. How many of you here use some kind of technology or not to send out friend requests, leave a DM to let them know why are you reaching out to them? How many of you, when you send out a DM, also send out a friend request? Or when you send out a friend, okay, sorry, I think let me reword this. When you send out a friend request to a new person on Facebook, do you also send out a message alongside, letting them know why did you send out a friend request in the first place in the normal traditional system? Andrea does both because that really improves the open rate of your message. If you just send out a friend request, I generally do not accept it. I don't know why you're sending me a friend request. Why are you asking me to go look you up when you can't look me up and send me a message and warm me up? Okay. So how many of you actually randomly accept friend requests from people who have not left a note for you? Same thing, right? I don't know if there's anyone else like me who does not. So imagine today's smart technology sends out a friend request, your first connection DM, and engages with their posts like reactions all at the same time on demand. All three of them, all at the same time on demand. Today's smart technology can do that. Send a friend request, a first correction message, and react on their posts on their feed all at the same time. You can go take a walk, you can go to a bar, you can indulge in self-care, you can keep working on your computer, engaging in money making activities. You can do client calls, you can do coaching calls, you can do Zoom calls, whatever it is. Not respond to their post, react to their post, Gabby. React to their post. There's a function on Forbro at the end of Scraper. You can do that. Since you're using it, so I'm sharing it with you. Okay. Sure. So my entire marketing campaign happened inside of DMs. Bulk tagging did in 1 second, engaging on your posts. If I wanted to, I could have just done it. I could have just, you were already there in my tags list. I could have just gone and engaged on your posts also, which I didn't feel the need to, but I could have done it. Okay. Now the $1 million questions is very, 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 very important, guys. The $1 million question that I get asked often is, Himani, how do you write the standardized copy for a software outreach when you send out bulk messages to people? So what I'm saying is, let's say we start using technology, we start using automation. If you're doing it manually one-on-one, then you can go to their profile, customize it, see what they're doing and change some stuff around and then send it out. But what if you're using automation? How do you standardize the copy of your message when you're doing bulk outreach, when you're reaching out to a lot of people? How do you do that? Anybody? So this is important for you to note down. I'm giving you one framework for free right now in this workshop. Okay. These are the things, these are the features, these are the pieces that one single DM, the first connection DM, if there's a string of DMs going back and forth, I'm talking about the first outreach DM when you send it out. These are the pieces, this is the energy, this is what it should contain, or this is what it should not contain. And it should all reflect in one single message. Okay. So I'm not going to write this, but I'm just going to talk about it. The first one is, it should not generically 99% or 95%, 1% people are people, they'll say what they want to say. You cannot do anything about it. You can just ignore and move on. 95% of the times, it should not raise objections like, oh, you did not care to read my bio. Even though you didn't. I don't read bios and I send out messages. I do not get that objection. I'm able to get past that. I've cracked that code. Okay. You do not, like people want to just come and attack you sometimes. You don't know anything about me. You should not get that. Number two, that message, the first connection message when you're doing outreach, should excite them to start a conversation with you, which is your end goal, right? Just sending out a message is very easy today. But then if it just sits there, does nothing, doesn't lead to the next and the next and the next, whatever that next looks like for you and your business, what is the point of sending out a message? It should excite them enough to start a conversation. It should keep it flowing. It should keep it flowing. One way to do that is to ask power questions. Always end your message, always. This is a blanket rule. Always end your message with a question. Always end your message with a question. Now, if you can also add, depending upon where it is, like especially the first one and the main ones in your flow, if you can ask some power questions, not just random questions, the kind of questions that will nurture them or add value or qualify them or even disqualify them. Somebody who just doesn't want to be your friend anymore, they just go because you reached out, they'll go and unfriend you. Be very grateful for them. They saved you so much time and effort. They were not your aligned clients. They did the good job themselves without you having to do anything. I'm very grateful for people who do that. Okay. So the kind of power questions that nurture and qualify them at every stage and ascend them, take them to the next stage in the sales pipeline faster. When I say sales pipeline, it's just the process, it's just the flow. I meet you first, then something else happens, then the conversation opens, then you take me through something, then you add value, then something else, then you maybe invite me to my Facebook group, maybe you're doing some event, maybe I show up, maybe there's a weekly live, whatever it is, and then move me up and up and up and up, warm, 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 and quickly close me as a paid client. Okay. So the power questions help in doing that. Then the next is the energetics in the copy, in that copy that you write, they're coming from a space of equality and expertise while keeping it friendly. The three words I used here. It should come from a space of equality. How many of you, be very honest about this and think about it, because you will feel it when you're doing the outreach, when you're sending out your first connection, first DM to a new person, you're almost like cringing, like you're almost like this, your energy is closed, your hands are like this, when you're like, oh my gosh, I don't know how this person is going to react. You're like not in your mind, in your conducting yourself, you're not at the equal platform with them. You're more at the receiving end, waiting, oh, will it pass through, will it not? Like you're preparing for a big test or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? Like it's not equal. You're not operating from a space of authority, even though you are the one reaching out to them. Like almost like, will they label me as a spammer or something? I don't know. Spammer is like a lot, but maybe something on those lines. You're not operating equally. Like you're not doing it with a lot of confidence and knowing. Equality is very important, because if you don't do that, you've lost them right there, right at the gate. Space of equality and expertise, they actually go hand in hand. And while keeping it super friendly, it's the first message. Also, the next one is you want to keep it, the tonality of it, like you don't do extra emojis, and the tonality of it is very consultative, almost like you're talking to a doctor or a lawyer. You understand? So you're not like extra friendly, extra sweet. You don't know them right now. You're just getting to know them, and you're saying you're an expert. You're operating from a space of equal, because they may be at the same level as you. They may also be an expert in what they're doing. They may need your help, or you may need their help, or whatever. You don't know that right now. So you'll start out on a common ground. The first message, start out on a common ground. And another very important thing, which most people miss out on, they write their messages thinking, oh, let me do the outreach. Let me send out this message, and then we'll see how it goes. And depending upon how it goes, I'll move to the next step. It's not dialed into your sales closing process at all. Even if it's sounding simple, flowy, nice, friendly, just getting to know them, it should still, that one word, something, I don't know what, every business is different. Your voice is different. Mine is different. The way I talk is different. This is the framework, and I help write people messages that include all of this. It's very important, takes time, but you have to go through every word, make sure it's bang on. And in case, this is even more important, in case something goes south, somebody tries to give you a lesson on relationship building first, all that crap. It's not crap, but what I mean is it's a choice, guys. Understand this. When you get your concepts clear, you can talk with way more confidence. When somebody tries to give you a thing on relationship building, it's very important. I mean, I talk about relationship building, rapport building all the time. I just gave you examples of how many touch points I've built with you just for this free event. And but the point is, the choice that you're making here is that let's say you reach out to 10,000 people in 1 month. You can do that today, okay? Let's say you reach out to 10,000, okay, 5,000 people, if that makes better sense. let's say you reach out to a lot of people on day one, in month one or whatever. Um, are you going to be able to look at everyone's profile, warm them up, see if they're a good fit, build a relationship with them, see if they open up? Because it works both ways, no? It works both ways. They also have to open up. You can't control whether they are available, not available, what's going on in their life, and so on. So are you going to be able to do that? Talk to the whole world first and let them warm up and then move from there and die doing that? Or are you going to just let the software or the automation run, find the right people as close as possible? Let's say you have access to a software that is able to get you like really super filtered, very good audience, very close, as much as is possible. I won't say humanly possible, because more than humanly possible. And now you just send out this very well crafted string of messages to them. And then if 1%, one person or two people out of 100 people, they have a problem, that's fine. Because what you're trying to do is you're letting them qualify or disqualify themselves. You're letting them raise their hands up. You're letting them decide. You're putting the ball in their court. If you like what I am about, if you keep your profile optimized, which means you talk about what you do, you have some kind of a link. So people who signed up for my workshop, as an example, people who were not even, is the software doing all the work? Most of it. Yeah. So, I'm sorry, I lost my chain of thought for a second. Yeah. So what I was saying is it's about front end and back end. So what that means is the choice that you're making is, do you warm up those 5,000 people first and then move from there and see who are the 50 people that will actually, because you will die doing that anyways, who will actually move forward with you and, and then take them to the next stage and then warm them up and do all the other stuff? Or will you just find the right people, spend a little time, put them all together in a bucket, send out all the messages that you've spent time writing, creating, using all those parameters that we spoke about, send it to everybody without looking at anybody's profile, not even one, nothing. Let the software send out the friend requests, send out the messages, let the software also go and just react on their, couple of last posts. You can choose your reactions. Just let the software do all of that. And then when 5%, 10% of those people get back to you, what is the information that they're going to see about you if they wanted to look you up? Is that information going to warm them up to you to start a conversation, like a really good, solid conversation, one-on-one inside of that DM conversation or not? I'll give you an example. If anybody's not clear on that, ask me again. I'm happy to explain this piece again. So when people were looking me up, when I was doing an outreach for my workshop, my link to the workshop was posted. I mean, I was sharing when they were asking for it. I was sharing it inside the DMs, not first time around, but when they raised their hands up, tell me more about it. Then I was sharing so they could click on it. It was also posted on my profile. Okay, they could just go click. Anybody could go and it's still there. You can just go click and you can open up that page. And if you look at that page, it's almost like a sales funnel. You get to know me. You get to know so much about me from that page without even having one word of conversation with me. Like, that this person knows some shit about something. Let's find out if she's for real. Like, you will reach that stage for sure without even exchanging a word with me. And now imagine I'm adding all the touch points. I'm exchanging voice messages. I'm supporting them. I'm giving them input. The conversion happens very fast because I'm giving them all the opportunity to get warmed up to me. You see what I'm saying? Also, then, because I've started the conversation now, or they have started the conversation now, as I said, my stories, my posts, if they scroll down 2-3 posts of mine, I write very good stuff. I've got some really good stuff, some long posts of so much value there that either they will love me or, or it will not speak to them. So they'll disqualify themselves, which I'm very happy about. My stories give them testimony. Same thing. I take them through the entire touchpoint system and they are so warmed up to me that people are ready to jump in and work with me straight up from there. I'm able to, most of the times, I'm not saying that's the goal, a lot of the times, I mean, they join my group at the end of the end. Like people say, go send a message, bring them to the, to your group, then start warming them up and then go live and then do this, the whole drill. In my case, I work the other way around. Like you guys, most of you signed up for, joined my group after you signed up for my workshop. Because there was a call to action, because the thank you page said, go join my group. Then you went and joined my group. Incidentally. That was not told to you, that was not a part of my flow, like the main flow. You see what I'm saying here? Does that make sense at all? Anybody? Keep your profile optimized. Tell them about what you do. Check out mine. You will get a lot of ideas, Gabby. And you really have to get switch over from the personal mode to the professional mode, not mode as in the professional mode of Facebook, but make it look very business, like almost like a storefront, like you put out your banner and you say, I'm open for work, like I'm open to receiving customers, like a shop, like a brick and mortar business. They have all the signage, they've got all the stuff and everything going on for them, and the display inside, they've got glass. So when you one glance, you know what they're about. That's what your profile should do. That's your business front. So there's a lot of pieces to that. So when you send these messages to them, it's a craft, right? When you write these messages, it's a craft. Okay. How many of you feel that it's kind of difficult to put all of these things, incorporate everything, all of this inside one single message that we just spoke about? So many things I said. But if you read my messages, mostly, I mean, I'm not God here. I also, sometimes I'm in a different frame of mind, but I try to keep all of them, like the energy of it is pretty much that, because I come from a space of a lot of confidence. When people raise objections, I know how to handle them. So I'm able to manage all of that. So the beauty is that people don't even get to know that the first connection was made using technology. It's so personalized. It's so personalized. They love responding back to them because I excite them to respond back to them, because I make it about them. I want to know more about them. Maybe because they want to, if I ask them about what they do, and it's almost like maybe she's gone through my profile and maybe she wants, she might be a prospective client, or I'm not even asking about their offers or their programs, but a lot of the times, like I have a string of messages for my workflow where I'm able to ask them about their programs and their offers pretty early on, like straight up on their face after the second or the third exchange of message, straight up, which means I can qualify or disqualify them before I even get them to the next stage. Like if they don't have, like I work with coaches who already have programs, who already have clients, not like trying to make a program, trying to put it together, still not working, still in, the initial, I don't work with them because I don't know how to help them. That's not my zone of genius, right? So if I can get that information even before they join my group all the time, like people join my group because they know me, not because they got into my group and then we got talking and then I got to know them. It's the other way around for me. Always, pretty much 99% of the times. Okay. So as you may have guessed, this is one of the most important scripts that we build together. I've got a VIP day intensive program, guys, where we build together. This is one of the most important pieces that we build together, step by step. Like when I say together, I mean together. We write it together. We discuss, we share our screens, we read it out. We use prompts. I give you the frameworks, basis our businesses. Each one's script is different. So as I said, there's no point that I give you one blanket template. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. People who give you templates, they don't work because your business is very different. So it's very important to get this one right, fully dialed into your business. It's actually a string of messages, as I told you, that you must get on top of at the soonest. It's a game changer. It's a complete game changer. No, I don't sell done for you templates for the same reason, because it has, like I have done for you programs. So I write them for my clients. I've got done for you programs for sure. Yeah, sure. So Which part did you miss out on about my program, about the VIP Day Intensive? That part. I just have a program which is actually a 3-day VIP intensive. And I'm going to talk about it today. And there, one of the pieces that I do with you guys is to help you build it out, your DM scripts together with me. We do it together. Like it's not a template that I give you and say, take it back, now do this, do this. There's a video explaining to you how to do this, how we do it, like we do it together. We get it done and dusted with. Implementation is the key, guys. Because I want to make sure, I want to make myself available, and I want to make sure that you're done with it. That's how I can get you results, right? That's how I invest my time. That's why I like to work with very specific people who I know are action takers. Otherwise, I'm not interested. Because it's, I don't want to put my time on the line. So, so once this piece is done, you can press on the accelerator to grow your audience to your fancy. Make sense? You just have to do it once and you're done, you're sorted. Like every other piece in your business, please use technology intentionally, not randomly, only to warm them up just a little more at every step of that experiential journey, like I was doing with you guys, and they'll be all yours in no time. My inbox is vibrant with colorful people and conversations from all across the globe. My first outreach messages, some people call them cold DMs, right? They get me friendships. They get me collaborations, very interesting ones. In fact, I'm speaking now in a virtual summit very soon. It's going to be my first one. Okay, very interesting one. Collaborations. I get clients out of that. We sell software because I know I don't write code and stuff, but I know that I have a role, very important role, pivotal role to play in building the features that talk to the coaching industry, which I haven't seen any other software do. Okay, so people want to buy those softwares and start using them. And I get testimonials dropped into my inbox like insane because the way I make myself available to my people, not like at the drop of a hat, not like loosely, but really, really make myself available to serve them. Okay. The more you connect and start conversations with people, the better and faster your business would grow. We just spoke about conversations, people. We did 3 things. We said, switch to DMs very quickly. We said, build multiple touch points. And we said, automate and use technology. Okay. Guys, and I think we should take a little break. Do you guys want to take a little break or you're good to go? I'm okay with either which way. But it would be very nice if you guys can please come forward and share your takeaways, your ahas until now, so that, it gets embodied into your knowing even more. If you guys can please turn on your cameras for a quick bit. And it'll be really nice to hear from you about your takeaways so far, what you're learning, how you're doing. Give me a hand raise. Give me a virtual hand raise. Whosoever wants to share, please. That'll be really nice. Does Abraham wants to share? Did that mean that?
Yes.
Perfect. Please go ahead.
My takeaway comes from right from the beginning, how you started by the spiritual aspect of, the coach aligning himself or herself with their own understanding of reality, whether it's universe or God, Jesus, And then the exercise they went through, aligning themselves with that reality, and then expanding that view to the whole universe of people, wishing them well, strength, health, relationship, and all those things.
Mm-hmm.
And then, being willing to receive anything that will come to them without being attached to it, you know, and then connecting with their hearts and being grateful. I think that's very powerful, and it sets the pace for everything else because your mind is clear, the goal is clear, there's freedom in what you expect, and the coach will be able to deliver his or her own genius without reservation or without any kind of contamination to the process. It's just very freeing. I like the beginning, centering.
I really love that share because it means the world to me as well. I have been on a spiritual path for the last couple of years, and it has been transforming. And a lot of people ask me, when sometimes in my introductions, the first time connect, I do share that, I actually wrote a tagline once and I liked it and I started sharing it a bit. And I said that I am that kind of a sales coach who uses the healing streak in me to teach people how to close more clients, like combine sales with healing streak. I don't teach healing per se, but I'm all about that. And the person was so intrigued, and I've opened up so many, and it's true, that's me. You've seen that, right? You've experienced it firsthand. My whole verbiage, everything is about that. So the person was so intrigued. People want to know more because the minute you say sales, they're like, oh, cutthroat, oh, masculine, oh, bro marketing, oh, and I'm like, I don't even know how to do that. It's not like I'm trying not to do that. I'm saying, if you told me to do it, I'm a misfit. That's not what I know how to do. It's flowing. When you start flowing, life starts flowing back, if you know what I mean. And anything, whether it's your business, your life, your relationships, everything starts flowing back. That's where it is. And that's why that's our life purpose, all of us. They're all different because we are made differently. We understand things differently. We receive information differently. Our experiences are different. But that's what it is. That's really what it all comes down to that. And the minute you start realizing it, you live on a high. Even when challenges come, which they do all the time, trust me, they stop bothering you the way they did a minute ago. It's so different. It's so different. I can't even like, don't get me started on this because I can talk for another hour on this. It's beautiful. Thank you for that share. Thank you for that share. I invite other people also to share whatever it is that they're learning today. It'll help everybody here.
I'll go. Really, for me, the profound piece was starting out coming from professional and being anchored in my authority. That is a paradigm shifter for me because for me, it has been about connecting. But now I'm seeing, that, that's actually a more efficient way to approach and to maintain that, my own authority in that. Not be kind of like in this forward lean the way sometimes I feel like I am, but this feels healthier.
I'm not sure how much everybody understood or what you said, but since I know what's happening a little bit about you, possibly what he's saying is that he's a brilliant coach, embodiment coach, and since he didn't get a chance to introduce himself earlier, he has had a problem with setting out boundaries with people. He gets carried away. So that's where he's coming from, if I've understood that correctly. And in fact, he had a question for me one time and he says, somebody needs help and I know I can help them, but money is coming in the way and what should I do? And then we had a very good conversation around that. So I'm not going to get into that conversation because it's very specific, to the person, him, and, the situation. But then it's very important, even when you serve, when you open your hands and you receive, and the same way when you serve, your right hand should not know what your left hand did. You do it, you serve in a way that you just go, you choose what you want to do. When you want to charge money, charge your worth. Absolutely. I will charge. My high ticket programs are charged pretty high. Not everybody is a fit for that. But when I also want to serve, I put that hat away completely. It doesn't come in the way. I go ahead and I serve as if I can literally sit on the floor and I can serve literally, then I'm not like that person. Then I'm just one with you. I'm connecting from my heart and say, let's do this because we are one. We are humans. Let's do it. They're two different things, but you cannot mix the two. You cannot mix the two. You cannot say I'll charge less I'll do this, because then you are playing with the equality level completely. You should not do that. Because then you're also disrespecting someone in a way. You don't realize it a lot easily, but you are. By telling the universe that I am superior because I'm helping them out, because I'm giving them maybe a discount, maybe because I'm doing a little favor to them. You're kind of pulling yourself up. And by doing that, you're actually pulling them down, which is not good. I don't know how many of you got that. Perfect, Ramona. I love you for that. Okay, you go next, Ramona.
Yeah, so thank you so much actually for clarifying this. So beautiful what you just said. Because, I've been for a long time in this industry, and there are lots of coaches with high ego and whatever, right? And also, coming to this training, yeah, it's more than I expected, because, I was expected to be maybe also like bro selling, but I was like open to it. I thought, okay, maybe, because now I tend to attract whatever I need next. And for me, what I felt, when I said, that I needed like an aligned way for selling and, bringing clients on. And I love so much what Lawson he said, and also Abraham, about, also bringing your spirituality part, and as well knowing how to put healthy boundaries. Because, and also you coming with the sales and about the messaging. So I kind of like these DMs and, reaching out to the clients. Now I don't have any problem. But about like a year ago, or yeah, I think even a year ago, I was getting so triggered by the people, reaching out on my DMs. And I consider that this way of doing marketing was like not aligned with me. But also for me was like, now coming in this training, I used to think, because, I'm a business strategist as well. I built a multi-million-dollar business in partnership, but I'm also a coach and I'm also a mentor. And as well, same like you, I like to have high-level clients where I can charge a lot. But then I had struggle with having consistent revenue in my business while taking the high clients. And actually, I was helping them to get very fast to 20K, 100K, like in a few months. But then I struggle in some way. I mean, I didn't even remember about me that I have to keep going in my business. So I have to bring in my business, the equal. So here it was the difference of the balance, what you're saying, that I was like serving, like I was with one hand giving and giving and giving, and I was like not receiving.
Yeah.
And also I was like not so active. I forgot actually my business hat, that, if I don't have consistent clients, and at that time, because I was going through my own healing journey, I was keeping it very close. I was like, I don't want to have many clients. I only want to have few high tickets, and that's it. So actually, this kind of training, what you're doing right now, and with everybody what I added right now, it's kind of like few pieces, they come together. And I quite like of realizing, okay, where you are a coach or a mentor, and where you are a business person, and where you can bring all of you as a spiritual person. And, like spirituality, it's working every day with us. So it's not something that we choose. It's like,
if you breathe, if you're breathing, if you're alive,
exactly.
You are a spiritual person. That's it. You just have to realize it, that you don't have to go somewhere to do something, join someone, whatever. You don't have to do any of that. You are a spiritual being living a human experience right now. That's really what it is.
Exactly. And it's just come on with one post which I just wrote, of being in your power and being authentic, and, being all of you, not what others are expecting of you. So yeah, so thank you.
I know you have received what I was trying to say, and that's what I say. I'm going to talk. The next one is about communication, and the piece that which is the next piece that I'm just sharing, because it goes very well with what you just shared. So I had this problem, as I explained in my story also. I always had this problem, not about putting words together or being able to talk or not. I could always talk. That was never a problem. But the problem that I've realized now, after being a coach and after struggling so much, and to reach where I'm reaching and to go where I'm going is that communication is not about the ability to put words together. Of course it is, but it's the ability to let your message land the exact way that it's meant to land. How is the person receiving it? That's the ability that I was lacking big time. And that's why I was suffering. And the minute it started opening up, I'm not saying I'm there as yet, but I'm getting much better and I can see a big shift. The minute that happens, you see your personality starts to shift. So the reason I'm like literally in gratitude for bringing me here to the coaching industry, the way it happened, it was not planned by me. I was pushed into it. Literally, I was dragged and pushed and thrown into it, is because I was craving for some kind of freedom as a human and some kind of a purpose, some kind of, this is what gave me that. This is what made me realize that the next growth, the next level comes from this level of serving, because you have to tear yourself apart. And if you're
Exactly.
doing that, only then will you progress as a coach, because it's a very high level of serving. It's not just, oh, have your programs, hire a coach, hire a business coach, put things together, go. It's not that. It's beyond that. And the minute you start seeing it, the whole game changes.
Yeah, exactly. It's a full transformation practically.
It is about your personality transformation.
Up-leveling all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. So never say I don't want to serve more people. There are times I'm like so overwhelmed in a good way. Like, I don't know how many things, like I've said yes to helping this person, doing this. I'm like, he will take care. He's given me the ability to share, to learn and share. He'll take care. And it always flows. Something works out on its own. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah. So thank
Never
you.
put
Yeah.
stops on serving people. That's what I've learned.
Yeah, for me, it was a little bit because I was recovering from trauma, from the burnout, from the previous business. So I didn't have energy to take clients.
Which is fine. But now
yeah.
we know better. We are different people. We are getting better. We understand things in a different way. And the way you're talking, I know you're receiving it. So I know you and I somewhere, we connect somewhere very deeply. I can see that. So I know that you are good now. You've shifted.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're open.
Oh,
and
thank you so
open.
much. Yeah.
And you're open.
Yeah.
I can see you're very open.
Yes. Okay.
Who else is going? Come on, let's move forward. Let's quickly share. Andrea, Laureen, and the people whose cameras are off, Lloyd and Diane, I'm sorry. Anybody?
I'll go. I am so far. This has been really great. Thank you so much, Himani. It's been awesome. I have learned a lot in terms of the contact points and sort of what Lonson said about the leadership aspect, about immediately leaning into that part of it and not waiting. Like you said, are you one of those coaches who waits to share your expertise? And I'm like, guilty as charged, like driving, like, oh, is she looking at me? Yeah, look at me. I'm in the car. But I was like, okay, note it. Like, that is the big, because I've been wondering, I have this group, people come in, I reach out, and then it's crickets. And so I'm like, what am I doing? And what am I doing? So that definitely, I can see now from the whole way you've laid this out, and I hear it. It's not even see it. I hear it. I hear how that would make an impact, because certainly your impact was, you have this problem, blah, blah, I have the solution, and you should do this. And I was like, okay, you're right, I do. And I was like, ding, ding, ding. So thank you.
I love it. Thank you so much for that share. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. I know what you guys are sharing. You're not sharing too much about the workshop. You're sharing about the other stuff. And that's what tells me that my message is landing. You're talking about the spiritual side of showing up, of stepping into your power. And I'm not even teaching that. If you realize that, I'm not even teaching that. The workshop is not about that. And you're talking about the other stuff. And I'm so grateful you don't know how much I am, because that tells me I'm on the right path. I'm doing the right things. I'm making progress. Thank you. Laureen, we're just talking about your learning so far. Anything you want to share, please?
Well, I've just joined again, so
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
we were on a break for some
I
time.
have missed everything.
That's okay. You were
Yeah.
here. Yeah. Anything at all?
So sorry, no, I haven't had a chance. Well, I actually wasn't a part of anything. I left it running because I was hopeful
Oh,
that
okay.
when I came back, that the session would still be going, and then I'd get some
Yeah, it
nuggets.
was half a day and we have not
So I'm
made it to half a day, 4 hours, and generally I
continue
go
this.
overtime. So yeah,
then
that's fine. Okay. Lloyd. anything
Next
from
one.
your side?
I'll catch your next one.
I'm not doing it very soon now, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, so I just always love listening to you speak, Himani. There's always an abundance of value that just spews from your soul, which is beautiful. And in terms of the structure, in terms of how things kind of flow, it all kind of makes sense. And it's really beautiful to kind of crystallize everything into a streamlined approach that people can apply to themselves. And I'm looking forward to trying it out and having a fantastic year. So thank you.
You are so welcome. You're so welcome. I have a whole list of stuff that I've tried out last couple of years. I'm happy to exchange some notes with you going forward.
Oh, me too. I'm like, yeah, this is
You
the
know
tip of the
that.
iceberg.
Yeah, from your center and stuff and all of that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
amazing.
Diane, are you joining us or can I proceed, please? Okay, so, okay, great. She's here.
I stepped away so I missed a significant part of the presentation.
You're cracking up,
What
Diane.
I did learn is that I'm not communicating enough. I'm waiting for people to reach out to me and I'm not assertively going out and presenting everything. I send emails and I wait for people to come in, and I've got a large following. I just don't ask them to buy anything from me. So I will change that.
Thank you. Thank you. You don't wait to do stuff. You don't wait to do anything anymore. You put yourself out there, you do the right things, you do the simplest, shortest, easiest things that do not burn you out. And you let people decide if they want to run to you or not. You let them qualify or disqualify themselves, and you take the ones that are ready, hold their hand and give them everything that you got. That's how businesses should work.
Right. So it has been helpful really in understanding what I'm doing wrong. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. My job is to throw some light on your blind spots so that you can learn from them. Take back
Thank
something
you.
that you can really make good use of in your lives and businesses.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're very welcome. So we were doing a quick recap. We were doing the 3C client closing framework. We were doing the first piece. There are three steps through the framework. The first is channels of conversation, and we spoke about switching to DMs, building multiple touch points, and using automation and technology to your advantage. Now, the second very important piece of the framework, which is my favorite one of all, is of how to close so many more coaching clients in just days without having to sell ever again or prove to them or chase them or, even posting on social media. And why you don't need to post on social media much is because of the technology that we are using now. That piece is exactly what I was talking about, communication. And as I explained, I don't think I need to explain to you guys already what do I mean by that? It's exactly the ability to make your message land the way it was originally intended to, right? That's the piece that's completely missing. So have you ever had a moment in your business, even in your personal life? I think all the relationships, your spouses, your friends, your family, your children, your close people, I think most of the drifts, they happen because of something in the communication. Always, if you really break it down, it's always some piece that's not working out in the communication part of it. So has it ever happened for any of you when you felt that you don't really know how to actually communicate your value to your people? How to communicate your value to your people. So it's not like, oh, you don't know, or you're not talking, or you're not, but they're not receiving your value in a way that establishes you as their leader, as an expert in your niche, that you do not know what to exactly say to them. That opens up the keys of communication. Raise your hands for me, nice and I, if you think you've ever felt anything like that before. Feeling like an alien. Why would you say that, Ramona? We got to make sure that we change that for you. Okay. That is exactly why you need to master the art of communication with your audience and make your message land. Okay. And what it does is instantly, the minute you are able to do that, I have to put on the chat box because I think yeah, oh, you did that before, right? So what it does is it unclogs, this is so important, it unclogs your sales pipelines. Don't be scared of these heavy words, sales pipeline. It's the process, somebody comes in from the time when they join your world to the time they become your paid client. There is a process, a step by step flow process, and that's called a sales pipeline. Yeah, people hate to be sold, and that's why we don't sell it to them. I've been trying to figure out on that note, going a little on the side note with Lloyd, relationships 100%. Selling, I've been trying to tell myself, can I replace the word sales? I mean, I teach sales, right? Can I replace the word sales with something? And I haven't come up with a single word so far, except for saying that closing clients. And you see that my workshop is also titled as closing clients, etc. Going whatever. I don't use the word sales except for without selling ever again. But can I call myself a non-sales queen and yet get them, have the message land and say that, oh, she's a sales queen who does not sell? You know what I mean? There's no word, because the minute I use sales, there's an association, very strong, negative, biased connotation. That's what I feel. So let's see. Getting into relationship, win-win, 100%. So the whole sales pipeline, guys, the minute you learn how to unclog it, open up all the taps, open up all the valves. And that's what we are doing today. I'm bringing your attention to all the pieces that are clogging up your sales pipeline, that you're doing all these funny things that you're doing because people have told you to do this, because everybody is expected to do it a certain way. Step out of the normal, do things that work for you. And you'll see that rivers of cash will start flowing in. Rivers of cash will start flowing in instantly. You'll see an instant shift. If you do that the right way, the communication part, you're going to be able to magnetically pull your people in, have them start booking calls with you, whatever it is, your programs, or it'll help you make quantum leaps towards building a life of financial freedom, time freedom. The best way, it's the best way to kill objections. I'm a queen of that. I teach people how to kill objections. And you don't need a cheat sheet for that. Even though I teach that, I have a cheat sheet and I teach that also in my programs. But I'm saying you don't even need a cheat sheet. If you follow this system of passive nurturing and being able to communicate your value and nurture them, build the touch points, all the things that we are talking about, okay? The objections will be nipped in the bud. And I'm telling you because my clients go through this all the time. I'm not just saying it. I'm not just making it up. Hundreds of testimonials, hundreds of transformations, case studies, stories, results, they're all there. They're all there for you to see. I watch them. In fact, it took me, I'll be very honest, it took me 1 whole year of figuring out. I had this information. I was teaching all the high ticket coaches. I was doing one-on-one. I still do that. That's my main zone of genius. And I was seeing this whole coaching industry, people going crazy. And, I was seeing all the business coaches giving all kinds of wrong information. I won't say wrong information. That's not the right way to put it, actually. But what I mean is they were teaching the business pieces, but the sales pieces were completely missing. So then everybody was going out of whack because results were not coming and they were getting overwhelmed, and people were giving up and all the things that are happening now. And I would look at this and I would be like, but I know what is the problem and I can solve it. But how do I do it in a way, because my programs are priced at a slightly higher price point? How do I make it available in a way that information that can reach a much wider number of people? How do I make it, let's say, mass available, in that sense, in the coaching industry? And I could not figure out a way to, like, I thought of doing a group program last year and the thought of it would just kill me. I can't deal with it. I can't do a group program anymore. Okay. And there's a reason, I'll talk about it, but it took me a whole year to finally put it together of how can I make it happen? Like, teach people the minimum number of pieces that they need to add or implement in their businesses while removing everything else. Just these minimum, just this exact, and gave them all the scripts and handheld them and told them, let's do it together. Make me sit with you. Let's sit on the table. Let's sit across the table and let's do it. Let's get it done and dusted with. And I could do it only when we were able to reach a certain stage in building out our technology, because then I made the technology talk to the sales strategies. And then I was able to take away the overwhelm. And then, so I was able to find a mix between the two. And when that happened early this year, one fine moment, I remembered, I woke up and I said, holy cow, I think now that can happen. Now I can offer my knowledge, my information to a whole lot of people out there who really need it. And that's when I started working on this workshop. That's how it all came together. Without that, I didn't know how to do it. Yeah. So let's get back to the communication here, guys. Let's try and change to a different color. Okay, let's do blue for now. Just playing around with a couple of colors here. Yeah. So there are 3 things you need. How many things? 3 things that you need to master the art of communication. Okay, there are 3 things that you need again. Number 1, very, very important. You need to learn how to let the communication start flowing both into your life, into your personal life, and into your business life. And you will see you will start expanding and start receiving and opening up doors of opportunity like insane. It happens like that. And it starts with chaos, by the way. So don't go back and tell people that Himani, we did this amazing workshop, but whatever she said, it's happening the other way around. And my life is turned into a chaos and there's so much confusion. I try these things and this is what is happening, because the minute that chaos happens, that is a clear signal that all the stuff that is no longer serving you is actually moving away from your life. So that chaos eventually leads to clarity and taking you forwards to the next and to the next level. That's a clear-cut sign from the universe of making you up level, telling you that you're getting ready for that. So really enjoy it, cherish it, because then you will really, when you look back, you'll be like smiling away to glory, if you know what I mean. You see? So communication, there are 3 pieces that we're going to talk about. Number 1, I want you guys to revisit the 3 group entry questions. When people join your group, there are 3 questions that Facebook allows you to set up that people can answer. And you can collect that information, put it in a spreadsheet, or also take it to a CRM. Doesn't matter what you're doing, as long as it goes somewhere which you can access. That's all that's important here. Whichever system, whatever stage that you're in, as long as you have access to that information at the click of a button. Generally a spreadsheet is pretty standard. And this is one of the most important real estate that Facebook incidentally happens to offer to you for free. Most important real estate. And it's so badly used, it's not even funny. People who are making $100,000, I've seen their questions absolutely not dialed into their signature offer. I repeat, every action of yours starting today should be dialed into your signature offer. Every action, every word, every verbiage, every piece of content, every piece of life, your mails, I'm not saying you have to throw your offer every day, every single day in every mail, but it should come out, it should stem out, or it should piece back together into your main offer. It should warm them up to, it should take them up one step closer to your signature offer, if that makes sense. Everything, like 100%, that's your business flow. And I don't know why business coaches don't teach that. I've never understood this, but they don't. That's a fact. So then I generally write these questions for for my clients, but right now, because they're very unique to each person, each business, I'll give you some tips on how to word them. I mean, what is the end goal? What is it that you're trying to get from them? What information you're after, so that you can go back and word it and make it talk to your business. Okay. Number one is you want to find out about when a person is coming in, the first question should always be about, you want to find out where are they at right now? Where are they at right now? Okay. So which could mean anything, are they like some people who are working with newbie coaches, you might want to know, are they already a coach? Have they worked with someone? Whatever, I don't know, depending upon what you're doing. If you are a weight loss coach, you want to know what is the ideal weight at this point. So this is where they are right now, right? Wherever they are right now. If you are a relationship coach, one person said they are a relationship coach, you want to find out if they're single or they're married or whatever, they are separated. Because then you know that, okay, this is where they are. Now, the next question is, where are they headed? What is their goal? Where are they headed? So and don't ask them about 12 months goal, all that stuff. People who are into money making niches or whatever, I see a lot of them. What is your goal for the next 12 months? I mean, I don't know what's my goal for the next 3 months. Life is so fast right now. Who knows? I mean, life is moving so fast for all of us. 2022, 23, they're like the fastest years. I mean, if anybody follows, again, it's all the universe and the energy system and all of that, the moon energy, the lunar, the eclipses and how energy shifts and all of that. I mean, we're going a little in a different direction, but the shift of energy is so fast right now. The kind of results that people used to get earlier in 10 years, we are able to get in 1 year, if that makes sense. This is the kind of planet that we are on at this point in time. It's a very rare period that we are alive and you are experiencing if you're open to these energies. Okay. So you want to know where are they headed? And number 3 is there's a gap between the two, right? Between A and B, where they are right now, where they're headed. I want to know, what do they think, not you. What do they think is the gap or the missing piece that is coming in the way of them crossing that bridge? What is that gap? According to them. Never use the word struggle. I'm biased against it, so I'm advising it. Feel free. Like people tell you, what is your biggest struggle? What is your pain point? Avoid these questions. Nobody likes to be told that you have a struggle, that you are struggling. If I told you, Abraham, you're struggling today, why are you doing this? There's something wrong with you. You're not going to like it. You're not going to like it at all. So are you making them feel good, comforted? Are you making them feel important? What is your goal? You're making them feel like a VIP. You're making them feel like being taken care of, being heard. You're making them feel like, you're communicating with them, that you're available, that you care for them. Why would you use those opposite words? Always know what kind of experience are you taking them through? Right at the gate. First conversation, first entry point into your group, first message, any post that you happen to talk to them, anything, wherever, whatever touch points you're building, doesn't matter. The energetics, everything has to be the same. So important. One more tip that I always tell my people is, never, ever copy anyone else's questions. Even if they are your coaches and mentors, especially if they are your coaches and mentors, never, ever copy their questions because they sounded nice to you. A lot of people take screenshots. Oh, very nice questions. I'll also use them. Let's go and change. That's the biggest recipe for disaster. You know why? Because your mentors, most likely than not, they are at a very, very, very different level than yours, because their audience size is way, way, way different than yours. Because they have access to team members, their workflow is very, very different than yours. They can afford to assign a separate team member. They can afford to, get you on calls with their team members. They can do so many different things. Noreen says, I'm sorry, what is the goal? I'm sorry, I missed out on the comments earlier. What is the goal in the next 30 days? Yeah, I mean, I would not phrase it like that. I'll put it very, very nicely. But what I mean is, yeah, I would generally ask like a short-term goal, like 30 days or like, as an example, if you have a program which is for, for 4 weeks or for 8 weeks or 6 weeks, as an example, you can ask exactly that, because then the minute they come into your world, that 6 weeks, the way you word your program, the duration of your program, you can use exactly that into your question, because then you start at the right foot right there. You see what I mean? Everything has to talk to each other. Would you request an email address? 100%, 100%. Also, without that, in fact, in my group, because I can afford to do it, if you don't answer all 3 questions, you don't even get to come in. So they are mandatory, and I use technology for that. And I do a whole lot of things because, our softwares do a lot of interesting things. Anybody who's keen to talk about the softwares, they're pretty much at the entry level prices right now. Some of you are already on the call, are also using the softwares. They're quite insanely powerful. You can always let me know and we can do something about it separately. So, and I use the email address question as question 2, not even question 3. It's so important. I want you to answer that question, right? So never copy anyone else's questions, never use the negative words, any negative words, make them feel good. Your goal is to get more information about them right at the gate, which will help you to nurture them correctly and even see if they're a good fit or not. Let's say tomorrow, there are people, and I'll talk about the calls and the links. People drop in their call link, book a Calendly with me. There's some link right at the gate. You don't know, nothing about them. Somebody just comes, they click on the link. Okay, let's talk to Ramona now. Okay, they book the call. Now you don't have any information, the right information about them from the 3 questions because you didn't word them correctly. They have booked a call. Now you're obligated to show up and you go to their profile. That's the only thing you can check. You can't tell much. And you're like, okay, let me give it a shot. Maybe this person knows, that hope. It's a total waste of time. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that at all. Unless you have qualified people, unless you have warmed up people, unless you have moved them through certain intentional stages of your process, please do not book calls with people. They're not ready for the call. Your goal is not to just book the call. Your goal is to first nurture them. And now with technology, you can do it very fast, and I'll talk about it. Okay. Imagine you can nurture them within the first week. They know what they need to know about you. Then you get on a call, not before that. Even if they want to, do not make yourself available. Make sense? Even for the call should be pre-qualified. Oh, especially for the call pre-qualified. Why would you make yourself available for someone who's not qualified? I mean, then you will complain about, oh, this person was a freebie seeker. Oh, this person wanted free coaching. Oh, but you didn't do the right things. It's not their problem. It's your problem. The minute that starts happening, you look back into your business because your business talks to you and you fix those pieces that you did not set out correctly in the first place, and you fix it and you get it done. That's how you do it. And then, yeah, that's pretty much about your 3 questions. Again, this piece, I'm talking about my VIP intensive because I really want to extend it to you people, whosoever is interested and is ready to. So in just one line, we'll talk about it at the end, but it's in one line, it is designed to get you to match 6 months of revenue from a coaching program in just 3 full days. That's how the VIP intensive has been designed, and it's one-on-one with me, literally. So in that VIP intensive, I help you map out your exact questions, couple of variations of them for your business. We dial it in together because it has been designed in a certain way. So it's not a template that is given to you, but you work together with me. That's why it's an intensive. Okay, so the second one is, first is revisit your 3 group entry questions. Second one, very, 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 very important. Set up. This is so pivotal. This is like a make or break for your sales process. Your group funnel correctly. Not the profile funnel, guys. That is obviously, a lot of people teach you how to do that. There is something called a group funnel. Set it up correctly. Okay. What is a group funnel? Let me ask you a question here. How many of you don't quite like getting onto sales calls? And you're not exactly fond of handling those labeled as nasty objections that keep coming your way. Plus, you don't like meeting with freebie seekers, non-buyers. It's also exhausting and also frustrating. Has that ever happened to you before? Anyone here? Laureen is saying, wow, to what? Which piece? I missed out when you typed it. So, yeah, okay. The VIP. Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. That's why I had to wait for over a year to build it up, because I didn't want to do anything that was not going to work, or was going to work, maybe, maybe not, or was going to work because if you took action, I'm going to sit there and make you take action. I'm going to sit on the top of your head and make you take action. Why will it not work then? You see what I mean? So anyway, so, okay. So you don't like to get on those calls. I love calls, by the way, because that's the fastest way to close clients. It's the fastest, easiest, smartest, laziest way to close clients. You know, all these things that people have told you, they're so funny. They're so funny because I'm going to put all these pieces into perspective by the end of the call today. I love that, Ramona. If you do that, half the battle is, you've already won half the battle. So if you practice setting out your group funnel correctly, guys, which is a one-time exercise, by the way, it's a one-time exercise, very important. We spend about 3/4 of a day just building this out together. It's so important. It's so critical. You'll be able to establish yourself as a valued leader instantly, and you'll be able to start charging your worth every single time you put those offers out, you know, to your people. Okay. All that it requires is setting up three smart pieces of content. The funnel requires setting up 3 pieces of content. Okay, 3 very specific, smart pieces of content. What do these pieces do? These pieces, number 1, warm your people up to you right at the gate. Remember that first week, within the first 3 to 7 days, they warm them up to you right at the gate. The way they convey the information that they are looking for, not what you're trying to put in that week. That's irrelevant at this stage. Number 2, these 3 smart pieces of content, what they do is they establish you obviously as an expert in what you have on offer. You're the expert now. They know instantly. Oh my gosh. Do you think I'm an expert in sales? Do you think so? After talking to you for 3 hours, do I have to tell you this? You see what I'm saying? Because everything is about sales. Everything is about conversion. Everything is about, I'm not talking to you about business. I can talk to you about business. I can talk to you about Facebook marketing. I can talk to you about so many things, but everything, when I talk to you about spirituality and healing, that also, I tell you that when you expand, you'll attract the right people and the right clients, and you'll be able to close more. You see what I'm saying? Everything, because that's how I am. That's how I am becoming. So it's as authentic as that. You get to know me. You know that she's authentic. That's another piece, huh? Authentic. I forgot to mention that. You want to establish yourself as an authentic person. So how do you do that? What you are, what you're becoming is what you share. Like for me, this spiritual side is very, very important apart from my business. It's a part of me. So I share that openly. But I don't have to promote anything there. I don't have any programs to offer to you around that. But I incorporate that very happily, very lovingly, with all the grace and gratitude as a part of my programs. I do that. I didn't have to do a meditation with you in a sales closing workshop. What was the reason for me to do that? Because I want to connect with you. I want you to feel that it's easy. It's not tough. I want you to relax about not getting clients. I want you to completely calm down about not having reached your goal, your coaching, whatever, your revenue goals until now. Because when you relax and you receive, it'll happen. I know it'll happen that way. So I'm helping you step into that space of receiving. That's why I made you do that receiving exercise. Because starting first pieces, if you receive today's workshop the way it's meant to be received, it'll straight up open so many doors in the next days, in the next weeks. You'll be amazed at what happens in your life if you're open to it, if you are open to receive it, just because you're open to this information now. That's how it works. That's called law of attraction. I didn't create it. That's why I told you, when you bring your attention to something, it activates you. So I'm bringing your attention to all these things because that's the law of the universe, not mine. I'm also learning. I'm also a student. So the 3 smart pieces of content, very quickly, they warm them up to you, establish you as an expert, they establish your authenticity, and they establish you as a sought after, high in demand, very high credibility leader in your niche. All the things that they need to know that we've been talking about. These 3 smart pieces of content do exactly that. So as an example, let's break them down. What do they look like? Number 1 is your welcome video. I know so many of you do not have a welcome video in your groups. You just write a post because it's easy, because Facebook gives you an option. People who join in your group, okay, let's create a welcome post. You have a copy paste template. You bring it out from the previous one, paste it, welcome the people, tag them, done. You need to have a welcome video and the ones who have a welcome video, it's not intentional. It's not dialed into your process. It's not dialed into your sales closing process. It's just a video. Okay, go, someone said earlier, I tell them how to go to the guides. Yeah, okay, fine. That's great. But that's not a welcome video. The welcome video is it talks about exactly what they're looking out for. It talks about you, your process. What do you do? Why do you do it? Your why is so important. You guys raised your hands up the fastest when I said, how many of you do you want to know about where all these secrets and what I know and what I'm sharing with you? What is my story? Where did all this come from? I think the fastest responses that I got from you guys is when I asked you that question. Everybody raised their hands up. Yes, we want to know about your story. You see, people want to know because that's where they connect with you. You see, so they want to know your why. They want to know your how. It's so important because let's say 100 coaches are out there. I'm just cooking up a number. Let's say 100 coaches are out there who are teaching exactly the same thing as you are. What makes you stand out? What makes you stand out? It's your voice. It's you, because your DNA is unique. Your experiences are unique. Your teachings are unique. Your process is unique. How many people out there teach sales? I teach sales. How many people teach sales out there? Thousands of them, right? How many of them teach sales the way I teach? I'm not saying I'm the best or the worst. That's not the point here. Correct. Absolutely, Laurie. How many people teach sales the way I do? No one. How many people teach, the way Ramona teaches whatever she knows what to teach to her people? How many people teach the exact same thing to so many people? Even the influencers, they've got an audience of 50,000 people. She has a very small audience. Whatever she teaches, only she can teach. Nobody else can. That's what makes her unique. That's what makes her her. Her voice is her voice. You see what I mean? Laureen, what she's serving, even if she talks to one person, it makes her unique because nobody else can replicate what she does, the energy, the experiences, because it's not the information that people buy from. It's not the information that people buy from, guys. People don't buy that information that you know. People buy your experiences, what you've done with that information. That makes it unique. That makes it yours. Your experiences, your shares, your, like the way I invest myself with my people. That makes me unique. That's one of the traits that I have. And most of my testimonials, you will go and hear them. Every testimonial is different. It brings out a different flavor. But everywhere you will see that I will make conversation, communication, making myself available, investing in the success of my people across the board, because that's how I've always been. Whether I made money, I didn't make money, whether I was struggling at the time, I was doing really well. That piece of me never changed. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Ramona. So your welcome video should talk about all of that. Okay, and that's the first piece of content that they should be watching. When you take the time to mention the next steps with clarity, they see you as your leader. You can do different things to that featured section on art. Sometimes guides is just good. Yeah, thanks, Ramona. Absolutely. Yeah, so I mean, the delivery system of the content is the next piece we'll talk about. Let's first talk about what are these pieces and how do we build them up. I need 3 pieces of content to warm your people up. So, and obviously number 2 is your value content as an expert. So all those lives that you're doing, you pull out the best ones that you've already done from what you've already done. And the one that speaks the most to your signature offer, if you haven't done it, you'll do again, you will create it, you'll do a live, you'll do it in a way like a mini launch, and you will use it as a part of your warm-up process, like an evergreen warm-up process. Make sense? It needs to be designed and positioned intentionally. That's dialed into your signature offer, guys. So important. Not just, okay, I know I can talk about 200 topics today. It doesn't matter. Then I'll keep talking about different topics every week. Do I want to keep doing that? Or do I want to work with you and help you get such amazing transformations that you like, oh my gosh, this person that I met with, like we become the best of buddies after this. Like we become family, like we become a part of each other. You can reach out to me anytime. I can reach out to you anytime. Do you know I've got colleagues in the coaching industry. I haven't heard of this before much. I've got colleagues in the coaching industry, 2 of them. They're both sales coaches teaching different things. They're both sales coaches. I am a sales coach as well. Okay. And we are the best of friends. One of them, I can pick up the phone and call without even sending a DM. Like it's happened once. And I've said, I don't have the time to wait and send you a message and wait for, we don't do it all the time. So don't take me wrong on that, but it's happened. Like, and she did not feel offended. I said, I'm sorry, it's a 1-minute question. I need your help. I need to do this now. And I've gotten on calls with them separately. I've gotten on calls with them as friends, supporting each other, looking at each other's processes and giving inputs. That's the kind of relationship I have with people in the industry. I can reach out to colleagues looking for support. What do you think about this? I'm coming up with this. This is so exciting. Do you think people will love it? Can I bring like huge waves of transformation? Should I go ahead? I'm just running it by you. I want your input before I put it out there. I've done it twice before. It's insane. And people say there's competition, When you meet with those people, leave them aside. Keep walking. Don't stop. The third piece is your credentials, your client testimonials. They need to be filmed in a certain way, highlighting specific points. They can't be random. They can't be vague. They can't be like, oh, depending upon what somebody left me, this is what no. And I'll talk about that because that's a very important piece. It's coming next in the next framework. But right now, just write out write down these pieces, the 3 pieces of content that I want that should cover these areas beautifully. Like so beautifully that after that, there are no questions, there are no objections. There can be questions. People can come to you and say, oh, I have this question I want to ask you. I want to work with you, but that's not an objection. You've already answered all the objections in those 3 pieces of content. You're not chasing them. When you chase them, there are objections. When they reach out to you, there cannot be objections. Who is getting aha moments here? There cannot be objections, guys, when they are chasing you. They do not coexist, if you know what I mean. I can't be chasing you to get me to work with you and still have objections. It's not possible. You see? So also, so the 3 pieces of contents, Laureen, love it. The 3 pieces of content, you can also have a couple of extra variations, like offshoots of these in the form of add-ons, extra live, maybe some bonuses, maybe some free or paid resources, but everything talking about the 3 credentials of yours and dialing in, taking them one step closer to your paid to your signature. Not paid offer, signature offer. Always there is a topmost signature offer. Every piece in your business should take them closer to your signature offer, either directly or as 1 or 2 steps away. How many groups have you seen where they give you like 15, 20 free resources? Take this Canva template, take this PDF, take this checklist, it does nothing. And they grow the group and they're like tens of thousands of people. Do you want to be that person? Or do you want to be a real coach, authentic coach serving people in real life? You will never, ever see me give out a PDF as a lead magnet, ever. It's always a video. Why a video? Because I want you to meet me, because that's my way of warming you up to me and my content. Either you like me, love me, or not like me, which is fine. All 3 are fine. They all help me. Yeah. So what this means is, add the 3 pieces, guys, adding the right pieces. Okay, I have hardly seen anyone getting this right on their own. Adding the right pieces in the right sequence, the way the brain registers, that's very important. Communication, making your message land in the right sequence while keeping the flow going, that keeps them excited to watch, to get them to watch those or read or watch whatever it is, written or video, to get them to go through those 3 pieces of content is the biggest Herculean task. The 3rd piece of content, Diane, is basically, I don't know which order did I say, I don't remember. If somebody's writing, please share. But basically they are about establishing yourself as a leader, as an expert, and as a credible coach who brings results, and as an authentic. Thank you. Yeah, testimonials, credentials, right? And also, and while doing this, automatically your authenticity should also come out. So again, like I gave you the DM framework, that these are the pieces that your first connect DM should have. All of these, I have frameworks for these pieces also. They are much longer than the DM framework. So it's very, very important that we do this. And so adding those pieces, adding the right pieces in the right sequence, in the right amount. So the duration is very important. You can't make your videos so long that they don't get to watch. And the most underrated one of them all is while eliminating everything else. How many of you have heard that confusion leads to, what do they say? This is a Russell Brunson, sort of a thing. There's an exact, can't seem to remember.
I think
A
it's safe to.
confused mind never acts. Yeah, confused mind does not buy. Confused mind does not buy. That's what they say. Makes no decision. Yeah, doesn't buy. Exactly. So when you have those 20, 30, 40, last workshop I did, this very good friend of mine, she was there. And she was having one aha moment after the other. And she says, I go live every single week, hail or storm. They're brilliant, beautiful. I said, why are you here today? She says, because I'm very good. I'm doing this, doing some fantastic work, very fond of her. Both of us are very fond of each other. She says, but I haven't been able to crack the sales code. I find it very difficult. I said, so are your weekly lives bringing in the sales for you? She says, no. Same thing. We went over the whole thing, engagement happening very low, all of that, same algorithm issues, no? So for how long are we going to sit and wait for Facebook to run businesses for us? We run our businesses, we own our businesses. It's our people, it's our connection, not Facebook's. Facebook is just a platform, just a media so that we can connect. That's it. That's it. It's nothing more than that. We are not slaves to Facebook anymore, if I may say it that way. So, and I'll show you how you can bypass it. That's where we are going very soon. So this is actually, this piece, the 3 pieces of content is actually the biggest piece that we work on inside a 3-day VIP intensive, guys. And I'm sharing this with you because then you know what I'm talking about, so that, I don't have to go back again. I talk very openly, right? So, I'm very proud of the work that I've been able to do and put together and what I have on offer. So there's nothing, people who are called can walk forward with me. People who are not, that's perfectly fine. We can still stay in touch. I love to stay in touch no matter what. So that's besides the point. Okay. But this piece, I'm telling you, is so important. The 3 pieces of content. It actually sometimes it translates into 7-8 pieces of content, like you add some extras, resources and stuff, as I explained. But the main 3 pieces of content, they are a game changer. And they have long scripts, like running into pages. And it takes a while. So what we do inside the workshop is we map them out together. I have worksheets. I have prompts. We write them out together. We write them out together. You don't walk back with them. You get to work with me together in the same Zoom room, the way we are. We discuss, we talk, you get to speak, you get to get inputs. You get time to film them. You get inputs from everybody, the whole group, and you get it over and done with. If you need to do retakes, we do it throughout the workshop till the time you're done with it, and we finish it all off. That's what we do. Because if you go to a coaching program, none of this is ever going to happen, and you're going to stay where you are. Literally, trust me. I see that happen all the time. So I wanted to break away from that. And that's why I stopped doing completely coaching programs. I don't believe in them anymore. If I'm not confident about getting you the results, I should not be doing that. Who can give you a guarantee? Here I'm saying I'll stay with you throughout and make it happen for you. So did we do the third one as yet? How many of you this is making sense and you're getting some aha moments about the 3 pieces of content? This is like insane. Like, I don't even know if I've been able to convey the value of those 3 pieces. And if you've understood that your other content that you keep doing, otherwise weekly, otherwise whatever you do, that has got nothing to do with these 3 pieces of content. Your sales have got nothing to do with those. Those are more for engagement, more for showing up, more for, different things. But the sales come from these 3 pieces of content, which you film once, get them right, put them in there, make them available, and get talking in the DMs, build your touch points, get the nurturing system in place, and get started with your business finally. Not wait and watch and hope and pray. That's done. That's old. That's Stone Age. That's old school. We don't do that anymore. Make sense, guys? Everybody with me? It's huge. Absolutely. All content has everything. And I don't know why this piece is not drilled into you by your business coaches. But this is the job of a business coach. Sales, I understand they don't teach. They say that but nobody teaches that. That I understand now. But why don't they tell you to dial in your signature offer into every piece of your business? This is beyond me. This is really beyond me. Okay. So let's go to the third piece of, we were doing communication, guys. Okay. Communication, visit the 3 group entry questions, get your 3 pieces of content in your group funnel correctly. And the third piece, which is so important, to start flowing 2-way open communication with your people. Should I do it in red only? Just having fun. Okay. The third one is create This is a game changer. This is what I've been talking about all throughout. Create and automate something that we call as the client experience journey. This is my absolute favorite of all. The day we created this piece inside of the softwares, I think within a week I had that aha moment. I woke up in the morning, or maybe in my subconscious REM sleep or something, I realized the connection between the sales closing piece and the technology, and how I can now bridge the gap and make this thing available for people to make use of and get that transformation literally overnight. This is that bridge. This piece that I'm going to talk about now is that bridge. Pay all attention to what I'm going to say in the next 5 minutes. So answer this for me, please. How many of you are a part of multiple Facebook groups, but are mostly clueless about the latest happenings going on inside any of them? Pretty much any of them. You don't know what's going on. They keep posting. Facebook keeps putting, giving you those notifications. You stop bothering to even click and check out. You're not active anywhere. You're trying to do your own stuff, and stuff like that. Yeah. Pretty much everyone here. Anybody who's different than that? And how many of you, thank you, how many of you have ever felt that it's getting tougher by the day to keep the attention span of your people on your awesome content? It's getting tougher by the day. Freaking difficult. No attention span. They don't show up. If they show up, they don't stay. People here, I mean, everybody, there's so many people who signed up for the workshop. It's so difficult. So many touch points. They RSVP, they tell you, they leave messages for you. And now, life happens and things happen. I don't know what to do with them. You see, so that happens. That's reality. What do? Maybe it's not the right timing for them to make a huge shift in their lives right now. That's all that I can think of. So even the people who were here on the call right since the beginning, they're not here. Some of them are still not here. You see? So that's what I mean. So attention span is such a big problem today. So once you have set out the group funnel correctly with those 3 pieces, those vital life-saving content that establishes you, as the person they've been in search for, then your next job is to get your people to go and watch those pieces. Does that make sense? Because just by creating it doesn't solve your problem. You want them to go and watch it. Now, how do you do that? That's the magic part of it. The delivery of the content in a way that they go and watch it. Okay. If you knew, okay, we're going to stretch a little bit, guys, very quickly. Stretch up, roll your shoulders a little bit. I know it's a long workshop. I can't do 5-day workshops. I just can't deal with them. So I prefer to do half-day workshops. They're almost as intense as a 5-day, but put together. And also their implementation style, which is what I am about. I cannot have one-way masterclasses, so that I just can't deal with them. So bear with me a little bit. This is going to be so worth your while. And we are making pretty good progress, actually. Okay. So take a deep breath in, everybody. Very quick, deep, relaxing breath in. And a gentle, slow breath out. Be in touch with your breath. Hear the sound of your breath. One more, please. Make it even slower this time. Hear the sound of your breath. Okay, cool. Feeling better? So if you knew what to say exactly to them to get them to come and watch those 3 pieces of content, then do you think that that'll turn them into your fans right away? If you could do that somehow magically, will that turn them into your fans without you having to do anything? Does that make sense? I'm just going to tell you how to do it. So I'm not going to leave you hanging in the middle. Okay? But do you think that can happen? So imagine if you could automate all of this 100%, the delivery system, while creating an intentional experiential journey for each and every person who joins your group, wherein you can send them one short personalized message every single day from your personal DM, not your business page, your personalized DM, as personalized, as one-on-one, as two-way as it can be. Just like you send out your email sequences, imagine you can send out your DM sequences. Same thing on its own. Like messages are going out on their own. You're not even there. You're not even on your computer. The messages are going. Has it ever happened before to you? Can you imagine in a world where this can happen? And can you imagine you can pre-schedule your messages? Just like your emails, okay? You can choose how many number of days, how many pieces of content. You can give them a URL. You can write a nice note, like those messages. How many of you have started receiving some messages from me, from my group at the time of joining? I had to stop it because I needed to keep my DMs clean for, clean and ready to send out messages for the event. So I had to stop the journey because I cannot send out hundreds of messages with links every day to stay Facebook friendly, obviously. So I had to manually stop them. But you may have started receiving until a certain stage, depending upon when did you join my group. Okay. I have some pieces of content there. Okay. And you receive, I've set it up in a way that every single day for the next 10 days, you receive a certain very specific, very intentionally designed message from me that is non-intrusive, that is filled with value, that gets you excited, that gives you the results of my clients and excites you to make you believe that you can get similar results too, and it's so possible. And the value makes me establish as an expert in what I know and I offer. And because I lead them on, I take them on a journey. I tell them, okay, go here, do this, watch this, then take this action, go comment this, come back, ask your question here. I'm leading them onto a whole process. So that instantly establishes me as a leader. You know that. I've been doing that with you guys also. And you do that, you map it up with your group approval. The minute you approve them inside your group, the journey starts. You don't even have to do that manually separately. If somebody joins your group today, it's already done. The technology is available today. It's been designed and dusted. Okay. All you do is start using it. You create your piece, the 3 pieces of content or 5 pieces of content or 7 pieces of content, the variations. You write a front note of what is it? Why is it that they should watch? How will it help them? What is the link? And what is the next call to action, the next step? I'll give you those frameworks when you work with me, okay? And you write out that DM and you put it inside the software. The second one, the third one, you want to space it out differently, whatever you want to do, full flexibility. And you create that journey, and that's what we do. We map out the pieces and then we write the messages and we create the journey together, and we create the whole content delivery system for everybody who joins your world instantly within those 3 days. Finished, done. Your business is set up in 3 days for success, for some kind of insane success that you yourself have possibly not imagined so far. What is the power of all this? Any questions so far? You love the sound of that, me too. I mean, it's freeing. You don't know what it has done. Like, I don't know if Lonson is still here.
I'm here.
Oh, great. Thank you. You want to say something? To speak. That's okay. Just speak about you're using the software. Just a very quick something about the journey. I mean, what do you think? Don't describe it, but what do you think about the power of it?
Yeah, it's extremely powerful. It cuts down on to be honest with you, the biggest benefit I'm learning is through what you're teaching me and using the software is the learning anchors in a lot deeper because you see it in front of you as different things, as the software reaches out to people and, you know, you have all these different touch points. It makes it so much simplified as to what I was doing before. So very much.
Thank you for saying that, because I was going to also share in this presentation today, one of the pieces was that because it has been designed by us, like, you know, I mean, my profile is, I mean, I'm a eight-figure sales coach myself. That's what I teach. I mean, I work with 7-figure, 6-figure, 7-figure, 8-figure coaches. All the features that we use for those people, for their businesses, have been actually exactly replicated inside the softwares. So you don't have to invest with, I mean, you can, I'm not stopping you. You will learn so much more from them. There's some really good ones out there. But at this point in your coaching journey, you don't really have to go and invest that big buck. And you get, without even realizing it, without even consciously knowing it, we take you on a journey through the software so that we make you do the right things that will help you warm up your people faster. We've given you those tools. There's nothing on the planet that exists like this. And I'm 100% positive of that. We've built them out. We've taken the care to build them out. I mean, Lonson knows the kind of time I spent. I mean, Gabby, I think, is not there. Desiree is not there. They're all using, Lisa is not here. She was here in the beginning. They're all using the softwares, okay? And they know the amount of time that I spend with them answering their questions. What is the value of what is the cost, if I may say? Let's not even talk about the cost of the software versus the value that they get. Are they anywhere equal? If I put them on a weighing scale, do you think they're equal, Lonson?
The cost of the software with what? Sorry?
I'm saying the cost of the software that
Yeah.
you've invested in
Yeah.
and value that you get from us directly. Okay. I mean, it's
Yes.
not a high ticket product that I'm happy to
No.
spend a couple of hours with you and stuff. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
literally coming to us for peanuts. Like there's nothing that we make out of it. As
Yeah,
of right now, we plan
100%.
to turn it into $1 million business going forward. That's the plan. That's the vision. But as of today, it's coming to everybody for peanuts. Is that true or not?
Yes, absolutely.
You know, and the kind of support and the value and the inputs that you get, they are like from a high ticket program, literally. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's also correct.
So the whole thing is about helping you guys set up the processes correctly so that you are absolutely, we give you the technology, say, use it. And now I'm able to build it out for you. And we get to do it together, like have all the fun. When you cry, I'll hold your shoulder and hold your hands and okay, let's cry, but let's do it. You know what I mean? There is no escape because I'll be sitting on your head and making you do it. When you're saying, I don't know what to do, I'm stuck, but allow me to show you, another perspective, allow me to open up your eyes and your vision and your, new doors. Give me that opportunity to help you and move forward because I know you have the potential to serve so many people. I want you to do that. This is nothing. This is just a tiny little something. Thank you. Thank you, guys. So this automation, coming back to it, think of it like an invisible sales funnel, opposite of bro marketing. You're not even there. It's just sending out a DM. You're not selling anything. You're selling nothing. It's an invisible sales funnel, which is set up inside your free Facebook group that runs behind the scenes every time someone joins your group. That's what it is. Think like a passive nurturing system. Now it'll make sense. I've been using that terminology to open you up all this while, but this is why I was doing it. Think a passive nurturing system because I want you to run your businesses hands-free. When I say hands-free, invest your time, your energy only in the pieces that you want to build. Like if I want to build my workshop, I want to spend all my energy building this workshop. If I want to run a 3-day event to support you guys, I want to spend all my time doing that so that I can maximize the value that I bring to the table, not doing all these funny things and trying to grow audience and trying to nurture them. I don't want to do this, trying to engage, trying to post on Facebook, trying to engage, trying to buy memberships, paid memberships inside Facebook. I don't want to do any of that anymore. It's done. Facebook doesn't help me. It's a waste of my time. It's an opportunity cost gone. Okay, so think a passive nurturing system using your existing pieces of content because you've already built out those 3 pieces of content, right? So using your existing pieces of content that have been created, positioned, planted intentionally, that dial in into your signature offer because we give you that framework. Nothing more, nothing less. We take away all the fluff from it, help you do that. And they're geared only and only and only towards conversion, nothing else. That's what it does. Think the energetics of proving, convincing, chasing, selling, all those funny things from the ancient world. They are taken care of by those 3 pieces of content that you created with so much care, because the frameworks cover that. They'll establish you with all the pieces that people need to see in you, all the values. Now, if you're not, okay, this is a disclaimer. If you don't already have a coaching offer, if you're not already running it, if you don't already have clients, and you still have to prove that offer, it's not well oiled, I cannot help you. I do not teach business pieces at all. I used to be a business coach 3 years ago. I don't teach that anymore. I know it at the back of my hand because I create my own business pieces. I do not teach that anymore. So the assumption is that you're already there, and that's what was mentioned very clearly on the landing page of the sign-up page of this workshop, that if you are there, if you have clients, then this content is designed for you, because then I can make you jumpstart. I can make you take multiple jumps like a kangaroo, take big, wide leaps into your business in the shortest span of time that you cannot imagine on your own. So if you tell me, I don't know what to say, I don't know my messaging, I don't know what your messaging is. You know what your offer is. You know what you teach. I can only tell you, okay, this makes sense. I can give you my prompts. I can look at your stuff. I can tell you this, you've got it. This piece is bang on. It sounds perfect or not. That's all that I can do. I mean, that's a big deal, right? Everybody getting what I'm saying here? Any questions so far? I don't want you to post for the purpose of posting anymore. It's a waste of time. Do it because you love doing it. Share because it's coming from your heart. Share because you've had an experience. Share because you've gone through something beautiful. You want to share it with your community. Do that. You want to have an event, conversion event, please do that. All of that, do that. But not because that's going to help you convert. That's not the goal anymore. That's just add on. That's just add on. That's just add on. Keep the flow going. Think and when you do this process, 100% guaranteed. If you've got everything rightly set out until now that I spoke about, 100%, I can guarantee you, I can write it on a piece of paper because I've seen it happen so many times. Okay. Every possible objection gets nipped in the bud way before it makes its way to you, because you knew exactly how to address them. Each one of, and I'm an objection handling queen. So imagine if I give you the scripts, I'll make sure that all your objections are taken care of. I'll make you write a list of the objections that people come up with, and then I'll make you add them to your scripts. You understand what I'm saying? So does your process help reinvigorate your current? 100%, 100%. As long as they are the right audience. I mean, I can't tell you if your audience is right. Like I relaunched my group. I have a very small group because also I'm a super targeted niche. I don't get a lot of people inside my group. I don't allow people unless I think they're a very good fit for my, for what I have on offers. So I reopened my group after 1.5 years. I refused to go and sit and nurture people. This is before we had access to this beautiful technology. So I'm not going to sit and post and go live and go crazy. And I was doing one-on-ones. I didn't have the time to do all of this. And when I opened my group end of last year again, and I'm like, and they were all pretty much wrong audience. And I said, what do I do now? Do I start over, starting from one person? I said, I'm not doing it. I didn't read people. I just kept adding people, and I announced it and I said, this is what the group is about now. This is the direction. People who needed to leave left. I don't care. Just start over. I mean, don't get married to all these ideas. It doesn't matter. Just keep building, and slowly you can, people who are not engaged, once you have a couple of 100 people, delete the old ones. So also what happens is when new people come in and they say, oh, there are 5 members, there is a little hesitation in joining your group. So at least those numbers will help you with that. You see, there's always a benefit to everything. Does that make sense, Andrea? Unless it's a completely different niche and completely different everything, and you're like, then I would say definitely start over. Thank you. Yeah. So that's why it's called a funnel, an invisible funnel which is not intrusive, which is perfectly intentional, with you leading them on to the next steps every single time, one baby step at a time, nice and easy, letting them qualify themselves for your next offer without you having to even lift a finger. And I love it. And I love it. Absolutely. And you can make this client experience journey 100% automated. Like set it and forget it. It's almost impossible. I would say almost like pretty much impossible to do this manually. You hire the best VAs. Imagine one day you've got 5 people coming in, next day you've got 3 people coming in, next week you've got 8 people coming. You will remember, and you've got 10 pieces of or 8 pieces of content to send to each one of them. Man, I can teach you how to do that even without technology. How will you even remember whom to send? Which one did you send to whom last day, and so on. It's impossible. There's nothing. Let the software do it. You don't even need to hire VAs anymore, guys. I mean, you can. I'm not saying you don't. They're humans. They don't perform. They don't perform. By the time you explain to them and create your SOPs, instructions, you would have finished it by yourself. Somebody's laughing away to glory here. What chord did I touch here?
I'm laughing because you're like, they're humans. They don't do what you want. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
No, I mean, I should accept my fault because I shouldn't have made a statement like that, but you know what I mean.
No, but I do know what you mean. They're humans. We all have our humanness, right? So, you're right. The SOP is the whole thing. So, sorry, that's why I just bust out laughing.
Yeah, humans make mistakes. Softwares don't, because you tell them, do this and they'll go and do it. You know what I mean? So they deliver. The performance is pretty much 100%. Okay. So you can just set it, you can forget it, and you can live the life of a queen or a king in this case, because we've got some lovely men also on this call. You can live the life of a queen, and that's what I want for you. How does that make you feel, guys? Have I made you, at least in your mind, at least in your essence, have I helped you let go of some tension, some burden, some big relief has come in? Okay, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Assured. You can use the software instead. Absolutely. And software has come the amount that you will pay as of right now, the amount that you will pay to a VA for a month, one of the softwares will cost you that much for a year, something like that. Something on those lines. So it's really a no-brainer actually at this point. We are doing a launch. We haven't done a public launch as yet. So we're building out a lot of marketing material, all those promotional things, and we are keeping it under the covers because we're getting a lot of eyeballs. A lot of people obviously are very, very curious. Not the right people are very, very curious because of the superpowers of this. So we're taking it very, very cautiously. Yeah, Andrea, you will have it for sure. I know you'll be, if I sent you 1 or 2 videos of mine, you'll just go and sign up. I know that. I want you to go beyond that, not just get stuck with the softwares, build out your business, know what to feed the software. The instructions is what is important. The pieces that you build out are very, very important, and then see the magic unfold. So can the experience get, guys, more high touch than this? Do you think, can the experience get more high touch than this? Can you even do it yourself? No, thank you. Did I just bypass Facebook notifications that are becoming a nightmare? I moved my business to DMs, didn't I? What I just explained, I just moved my business to the DMs. Yes, thank you. And also my dependence, my first initial problem that I identified in the first exercise that we did was our reliance on social media algorithm. Did I just bypass that completely? Did I just bypass that completely? Did I also open up channels of two-way conversation instantly with my people? Because when I'm sending out messages back and forth, there's a very high likelihood they may not go and, take action on your first piece of content. The second piece at some point they will. And when they will, that you have aroused their curiosity. And you know what? There's another magic that happens. And again, I don't have too many people from my previous calls. People who've just started joining my world, except for Lonson. Here right now, a couple of people have left, a couple of people haven't shown up. what happens is when you open up the doors of communication with those people through your personalized DMs, where it goes, how far it goes, you cannot even imagine. So much opportunity to nurture them, to get to know them, to serve them, to invite them into your world. The testimonials. I mean, this guy, the number of testimonials without me asking for it, actually. Imagine somebody, I'm sending out a message, he's going, watching, tagging, leaving a comment, coming back, messaging me, and also asking me a question. Like, I know he's watched it. And leaving a testimonial without me asking. I loved it. This is what happened. My gosh, I'm learning so much from you. Free content every day. And what am I doing? I'm like, I don't even know which piece went yesterday because I did not send it intentionally. You see, it was a part of the automation. Of course, I designed it and it's all me. It's my content. But what I mean is, I don't know which piece went out yesterday that he watched and he's talking about. Like, I have to go and read it and say, oh, okay, this is what he watched. You see, it's that powerful. So guys, the truth is, the sooner you do this, the faster they will convert. Okay. And I mean, how many of you are using chatbots here or have used chatbots in the past? Somebody asked me this, that, is this, yeah. So A, you have to run them on business pages, and B, that's the opposite of being personalized, and there is no two-way communication. So they're not the same. So if anybody, I think, did Ramona say initially that you're using business pages and converting people from profile and pages? Is that what you said, Ramona? I don't remember if you were the one. I think you said that. And if you did, I want to know.
No, only from my profile.
Okay.
Only from my profile.
Yeah, only from your profile. Okay. But do you see the power of Facebook groups that you can do that without get the best of your Facebook groups now without burning yourself out posting the content? Because somebody said post twice a day, 3 times a day. You don't have to. You post once a week, I'm good. Can you do that? Like once a week, twice a week? I'm good. You don't need more than that. Don't overdose them. Okay. So guys, what we do inside the 3-day VIP intensive, it's called Wealth Code Activator. I love the title of this program, is that we not only map out the 3 pieces of the content that are, I think, a life source for this new sales closing process of your business, but we also build out the entire communication and delivery system inside the automation. Like, we map it out, we write it together, we use the scripts, we use the prompts, we do it together, and we feed it inside the software and run it and make sure it's all up and running. Okay. So, and we make these pieces reach your audience every single day, just like an obedient, high performing, high value sales closer, except that you don't have to pay them to hire them. How many of you always thought that when I reach that milestone, then I'll hire a team and salesperson or whatever? You already have that person at your disposal and their performance rate is top notch. Great, Ramona. Okay, so all these instructions that you build out and set out inside this automation, all the pieces that you feed inside the software, some people call them 8- and 9-figure sales closing strategies. Okay, I like to call this system either passive nurturing code or female magnetism. My favorite is female magnetism. I talk about 432 frequency hertz also. I don't know how many of you know what I'm talking about. And so it's all about this, opposite of all the crazy, thank you. All the crazy stuff that people teach you and tell you to do. I tell you to do none of that. Basically, that's where it's at. Okay. And some people lovingly also call this cold DMing. And now this is why I told you this myth I have to break for you for good. There's nothing called cold DMing. If you do not reach out to people, if you do not, like in the earlier times when you were doing businesses, like, just maybe 10 years ago, you were doing networking events. Weren't you doing networking events? I mean, people were doing, I wasn't, but I'm just saying people were doing networking events. There were events, there were conferences, there were, you meet with people, you share, you talk, you discuss, you connect, you find some common points, you do business together. that's what it is. You connect. Now you do it through Messenger because that's the only two-way platform. Of course, it can turn into a nuisance if you don't know what to write, and I'm there for that. I'm there to support you for that. The good news is everything, the softwares are up and running, they are available, people are using them. I am using them. I've been using them since I think January myself. So it's been like 4+ months of, and we constantly develop them every day. There's constant development happening every day. So from 5 months ago, 6 months ago, 3 months ago, the kind of features that we keep adding, it's insane. It's insane. Okay, but I don't want this to be like a software oriented call at all. You started with networking events. That's good. That's brilliant. Whatever works. But I'm just saying, it's, think of online businesses as that, right? I mean, where else will you make a connection? Once you meet with people in a networking event, you'll take the conversation back into the DMs. Does that make sense? So all your beautiful, nurturing, transformative conversations, they happen inside your DMs, right? So that concludes the second piece of the framework, which is, what was the second piece, guys? Communication. So we did conversation, we did communication, and now we are moving to the third and final piece, guys, of the 3C client close framework. Which is my favorite, and I'm sure even yours, conversion. This piece actually gets you the cash the fastest. You're able to close 2 times, 3 times, 5 times more coaching clients very, very fast. Take my word on this. This is the reason, these strategies are the reason for building your financial freedom the fastest, okay? Meaning more sales, meaning more ROI, meaning more cha-ching, more cha-ching. Come on, say it with me. Feel it. Feel the cha-ching happening. Say it out and loud. Getting more cha-ching, 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 dollars. Yes, yes, absolutely. Everybody feel that you're receiving it. Feel that you're receiving it. Like literally feel it flowing through your body, like energy flows, like breath flows. Feel that you're receiving it. And that's all that there is. Okay. So conversion is the most important people. Ultimately, everything is there. Money, clients, serving, impact, influence, everything comes from there. And if you learn this one skill set that I also call as one of the life-saving skill set, apart from, like swimming and learning how to invest your money and grow your money passively, I think those two are very important. Apart from that, I think conversion. And conversion, I've started applying it in my personal life, in my relationships. As I said, communication, it's changing my personality. It's changing the way I think and relate with people. It's so beautiful when you connect all the dots and they're like, oh, okay, this is how I used to talk. And now this is why my message was not landing. When you think about conversion, what is it that the person is looking out for? What is it? And then the whole perspective change. It's beautiful. I'm not going to go into the personal side of things right now. But what I'm saying is that everything is coming together, at least for me now, the way I look at it at this point in my journey. Okay. So then once that starts happening and you get the hang of it, you get on top of this, you're bound. There's no two ways. You're bound to become unstoppable. You will be able to sell any service in any niche at any point in time. Like that's the power of this, because that skill set is a constant. You will be able to command the life of your dreams, live to your full potential. And that's what I want for you. Also for me, it means to live in alignment with who I really am and unfolding the next part of my real purpose in life, because it keeps unfolding itself. It's not like, oh, I know it. Of course I know it. But every little step, I see something new, the next level showing up for me. Yeah. So are you all set, guys? Show me the excitement. Tell me if you're ready to learn how to master the art of conversion. Show me the excitement. Show me the excitement. Show me the money. Show me ready, ready, ready. Lloyd is ready. Finally, hearing a comment from you after a while. Show me the money. So guys, there are 5 things here. Now there are 5 things. 5 things. Diane wants to make money. Ramona wants to make money. Lloyd wants to make money. Everybody wants to make money. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's break this Zoom room today with so many ahas and so many breakthroughs that you guys are like, my goodness, you're going to get like 6 months of coaching right now in this, whatever, half a day, 5 hours, whatever we do today. There are 5 things. There are a lot of advanced strategies, but I just decided to share with you the most important ones that you guys need at this stage in your coaching journey that are going to make the biggest shifts for you instantly. I'm talking about instant wins, instant transformation. I won't be surprised if I receive a ding ding in my DM from one of you and saying 1 week later, 5 days later, my gosh, I tried this, this happened. I am blown away. I won't be surprised if I get those messages from you very soon. Okay. The first one, we're going to do 5 of these. Okay. The 5 most important ones. Let's do black now. Okay. First one is something that I call as the push and the pull strategy. Now we are talking sales conversion, guys. Push and the pull strategy. This is a little more of an advanced strategy, but it will still apply to you guys at this stage, at whatever you're doing in your coaching businesses. So we generally use it for high action, high vibe live launches. So what it means is, how many of you drop your call booking links? How many of you drop your call booking links at the drop of a hat everywhere inside your group? You're going live and suddenly somebody, you or your team member, your VA or your community manager, I don't know what kind of people you work with, you start dropping, book a call with me, the link is there, Calendly link. Some other people I see in the group description, when they're joining the group, the welcome post, the welcome message has a link. You give all the resources, 5 things, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, confuse the hell out of them. And then also add your Calendly link because you saw your coach doing it or somebody else doing it. It made sense to you. It doesn't work. How many of you do that? How many of you do that? Yeah, IG bio. So why do you think, I mean, it depends what you're doing. I don't know much about you, Laureen. You are the newest member to my family. It doesn't work because unless you are an influencer, even then you will not. Imagine a Tony Robbins dropping his call booking link in his front end, whatever, on his landing pages, on his whatever pages that he's using. I don't know what does he use. Imagine him dropping a link. Will you actually go ahead and book a call with him? Or will you be like taken aback and you'll be like, no, I can't talk to Tony Robbins like this. I don't know. Maybe they'll sell me something, or maybe 20 things will cross your mind. You will not want to book a call. Do you know why? This is a psychology question. Do you know why? Yeah, you'll be taken aback. Exactly. You will be taken aback. You will not book. The reason is because if you make yourself loosely, easily, freely available, you're dropping your value down. You are completely dropping your value down. You give a child, there's something called, what's the terminology that they use for children? Gratification delay. Has anybody heard of that? Gratification delay. Okay, it's exactly the same thing. If you buy the child tells you, I want this thing, I want to buy this toy, I want whatever. You just go quickly, order it on Amazon, bring it over. By the evening, the child has it. The child will not play with it for even 24 hours. Thank you. I mean, if it works for you for a certain something, if you're promoting something specific, and because you cannot share on IG, you cannot share links inside the comments, and you keep referring back to your bio link and say, you give the value and say, if you want to book a call, then the link is in the bio. That's a different thing. That's, as I said, that's a part of your flow. So I can't comment on that like as a blanket comment, but generically speaking, I see so many people just put their Calendly link. Why would I go and book a call with you? I don't even know you. I mean, there are people 50 plus, men who have nothing better to do in life. Sometimes because I'm very out there, because I show up on camera, because I put out content, whatever. My software does a lot of engagement. I also show up. I'm always talking to people, always doing things. They just show up, and they're like, oh, let me set up a call with you, and maybe we can both. I have so much to share. I have 50 years. Somebody told me a couple of days ago, I've got 63 years of experience. I'm sure you will learn something from me. Some guy, random dude. And I'm like, you know what I mean? You don't want to talk to people, even. Thanks, Laudine. I'm glad you are getting. So just take a call, like just be conscious about it. Why you're doing, does it sit into your flow? That's why it's so important to take 5 steps back, get back to the basics. You already have the pieces. You already know your business. You're not starting out. You're starting with so much experience, so much learning. You already have that in your back pocket. What I want you to do is take all that learning. Even if you're working with a business coach, it works really beautifully because they will not teach you any of this. What that will do is you pick up the best pieces, the best trainings, your best whatever, the pieces that you need, create a new framework, create a new sales pipeline, okay? Create placeholders off the flow, then get the best pieces, put them in the right format, in the right frameworks that we shared with you, and fill them up really fast and get started. Did that make sense, guys? How many of you actually tell your people, maybe you have exchanged 1 or 2 messages, very minimal conversation, you say, oh, let's meet for a discovery call. Somewhere, welcome post, somewhere you just keep saying discovery call. How many of you do that? Completely stop doing that, guys. Completely stop doing that. And I'll tell you why in a second. The first point is when I say push and pull strategy, what it does is I'm keeping it a little simple. It's very advanced, but I said what is applicable for you guys. I'm just trying to keep it to that. Create a strategic gap between you and your potential client. Create a strategic gap between you and your potential client. Make them want you enough. Yep. Soft boundary. You're there, you're watching them, you know everything about them, but you're not like saying, oh, let's meet, let's jump in on a call. Even though they want it, as I told you earlier, until and unless they're warmed up to you and your content, because you've mapped out your journey already, now you know that you want them to watch these specific pieces of content because that's the information, that the message that you want to land there. Unless they have done that, at least you've put them on that. How much of it they watch or not, you can't control it. But unless they've gone through that process that you have intentionally designed, please don't do the call, because that call will not convert and it'll leave you frustrated. It'll leave you rejected. It'll start that whole stupid spiral that you could have avoided in the first place. And then you'll be like, oh, but so many people are struggling. Coaching business is difficult. Yeah, I'm not good at this. Maybe I should hire a coach. Maybe I'm, all those things. Maybe once I reach there, I will have all those things. You know what I mean? I don't want to get into that whole train of thought right now, but you know what I'm talking about. You guys are coaches yourself. I've gone through that. You've gone through that. Do not make yourself loosely available. Number 1. Number 2, that's push and pull strategy. Push them away enough so that they pull you towards you. That was a good one, huh? Just came up with it. The second conversion strategy is naming of your, in quotes, sales calls. Naming of those calls, the final conversion calls, the last ones that lead to even other calls. Like I got 8-9 calls in my process. They're all called differently. Naming of all calls actually, but essentially your sales calls. So important, so important. When I tell you, book a strategy call with me, what is the first instant, without thinking, tell me the first thought that comes to your mind? Instantly. I said, book a strategy call with me. What do you think? Instantly. Put that one word there in the comments right away. Diane is the only person who said valuable. Everybody's saying fishing for a sales call, sales call, sales call. Why? Because the word has been overused in the industry. That's all. It's not a bad word. In the English dictionary, it means what it means. But because it's been overused, the association with that word is a certain something. So I'm saying do not use it. Because the minute that association happens in the mind of the person who's going to meet with you, it's very difficult to break that wall because you've already built up that wall and now you're going to fight first to break that wall. When you could have just met them, had a very good conversation, turned them into your fans and just got the sale in and collected the cash. You don't need to build that extra wall. Discovery call, same thing. Don't you think so? What are you discovering about the person? Yes, it's at a little front end. What are you trying to discover about the person? Anybody tell me, what are you discovering? In the coaching industry I'm talking about. This is not English. What are you discovering? I will come to that, Ramona. What are you discovering about them? Qualifying for what? For your program, right? You're discovering if they are a good fit for your program. Doesn't it imply that? Yeah, exactly. They are a good fit for your program. You see, sales implying, underline implying sales. If you're trying, if your goal is not to sell or not to give the feeling that you're selling, you have to become that first yourself. Remember that whole prayer, that manifestation exercise. It's a manifestation exercise, by the way. I didn't name it that way because I don't want to label it for people who do not know about it. It was a manifestation exercise that we did. That whole breath work that we did. Okay. And what it does is it makes you become, steps into becoming what you are, what you want to be, so that you attract that, more of that in your life. So when you keep these things that keep getting you into the salesy, whatever that stuff, don't use those words. Don't be there. Step out of that. Everything that hints in your deepest consciousness, remove it from your life completely. Do not talk. Do not use those words. That's why I said, do not use the words like struggle and all of that in your verbiage at all. Like in your normal everyday life, stop using those words as much as you can. Slowly, consciously move away from that. You see what I mean? And slowly things shift. Yeah, exactly, Andrea. So what you do is, it's very simple. It's very, very simple. Like my program, I've called the 3-day VIP intensive, I've called as Wealth Code Activator. My call is called Activation Call, Activator Call. Make sense? I'm activating something in you. Does that make sense when I say activator or activation right now in the context of what I'm talking in this workshop? I keep talking about it because that's how I am. That's my value, because I am activating a certain consciousness in you, a certain awareness in you, so that you become receptive to the new codes, to the new information, so that you receive it in a certain way, so that I can help you take the next step. If you're ready, if you feel that that's where you want to go, I mean, that's obviously your choice, but I'm saying I'm activating that side of you. So that call is so important, the naming of that call, because it's completely 100% sync with what I have on offer. Acceleration call, absolutely. But if you also tell me, Diane, accelerating what? So, sometimes you can use words from your offerings. It's so beautiful. Like healers have such amazing verbiage that they come up with. They use such amazing terminology in their lives. And then, as I said, again, drilling it down, deep down, I'm saying everything needs to talk back and dialed in into your signature offer. What is your signature offer? What have you called it? Can you pull something out of it? Can you pull out some result out of it? And name that call after that. If you're doing multiple calls for different people or at different stages of your sales process, can you call them what that call is about? Like I do something called a triage call. Triage call is not a sales call. It's not even a sales call. Like, forget about naming or not naming. It's just a get to know you call, like adding value call. Like, we don't talk about the programs at all, period. We don't do it. It's a different version of, it's the next level of voice messages. And if, once somebody's really warmed up and I want to do a trash call to help them, like earlier I used to do calls where I would go look at their Facebook group, give a whole audit of the Facebook group. What are the pieces? I don't do that anymore. But what I'm saying is I would do that. In a triage call, I would go and make them open up their group. I'd give them half an hour long input on their 3 group entry questions, and they would be blown away. And while doing that, I will take a look at their Facebook group, look at, the posts, I'll look at the engagement, I look at the number of people, I look at their flow, I'll ask a couple of questions. By the time I come out of that call, there's no talk about program sales offers, nothing. There's not even the slightest thought about it because we haven't even warmed them enough into our process. So that stage hasn't even come. Okay. And now, by the time I come out, I know every piece of information that I need to get from them. I know if they have worked with coaches, I know if the programs have failed before, I know where are they at right now, I know if they've taken a break, I know everything about them that I need to know to qualify or disqualify them. I know whether they are a good fit for my program or not. How much time should I spend in nurturing them? I know exactly everything about them. I'm not saying you do that. I'm giving you an example. I don't even do that call anymore. But it used to work so beautifully, and then I would be able to sell $5,000 program at the drop of a hat within the next 3 to 5 days. This was a part of a live launch process. So we would do the live launches, and through the live launch, as you know, you can warm up people very, very fast. That's the whole purpose of a live launches. So this would happen right at the beginning. And during the launch, I would just close people like crazy because I would know exactly who were my people. And I would have built such a beautiful connection with them. Now, all of you people, right? I mean, next time when we talk, whether we work together now or not, you and I would have built a one-on-one, even though it's a group call, we would have built such a beautiful one-on-one going forward, isn't it so? Like, we know so much about each other. Like, if someone were to talk to you about me or find out something about me, would you have something nice to say to them about me at all? Would you be able to say that she knows her stuff, at least that much? Or you like me, or you don't like me, or something like that? There's something you will be able to share about me, right? There's a lot that you can if you wanted to. Something like that. So when you're doing that call with them one-on-one, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. So your calls should be complete. Like, I call some of my calls. One of my calls is called calibration call. Okay. You can call a manifestation call. Somebody is a manifestation coach. Somebody is a law of attraction coach. You can call it a LOA call. I'm sorry. Somebody is coming up with a transformation, whatever transformation, pull out the keyword and give them that idea to tell them this is what they're going to get out of the call. Make sense? Breakthrough call. Absolutely. 100%. But if you can make it even juicier, even better. But yes, definitely, you are getting the idea. So I plan to put together a list of names, and I haven't done this, but I have it at the back of my head, but I plan to do this, put it together for the workshop. I mean, the 3-day intensive, where I want to come up with a framework where I can help you prompt, give you ideas so that I can get out the best names for your calls that you can completely go and change. Because I want you to change the energetics of your calls 100%. Make sense? Very, very important. Clarity and value call, yes, but yeah, I mean, I won't call them that. They're too generic. I would do something more juicy and more fun. As I said, I don't have the ideas right now so much because I think I still need to write that framework. But once I do it, it'll be a part of the workshop. By then I would have done it. So definitely. Okay. So yeah, so that was number 2. So we did push and pull. We did naming of your sales calls. Guys, is this helping you guys? Are you getting some value out of these pointers that I'm sharing with you? I mean, just having a conversation, actually. Just having fun. I like to talk. So loving it. Okay, me too. I love to talk. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. So, great. Number 3, there were 5 things. We are on number 3 now, sales conversion. Okay. If you do this one right, guys, tomorrow morning, the minute you install it, tomorrow morning, you're going to have 3 times clients right away. 3 times the clients right away. Who wants that? Who wants to know what this one is? Oops. Okay, cool. So this one is like, I'm ready to, if needed, I'm ready to throw you off the cliff, like push you off the cliff. I hold you, support you, but I'm ready to push you off the cliff if you don't do this. Like, it's that important, because if you don't do this, your sales pipeline, as I love to call it, will remain clogged. I want to open up every piece of it so that I can just throw so much energy into it, and your life is like exploding with all the goodness and all the juice. Okay. Laureen. Yeah. So this one is start speaking about your offers. Start speaking about your offers. Don't keep them hidden in the closet. People need them. People are craving for your help. People are stuck. People need direction. People need guidance. People need hand-holding. A lot of people are suffering, especially now after COVID. You know what the economy is like, right? Everybody knows that. It's not getting better. In fact, by the end of the year, I mean, I'm not an economist, but by the end of the year, we are going into like some insane amount of recession. Okay. So a lot of people will want to try out alternative things, and a lot of healing is required in the world. A lot of people must come together, build up on the build up on the collective energies, goodness, all the love, light, prayers, healing, form circles. Whatever it is that you do, people need so much help, more than what they ever did, because they don't have safety, security, all gone. No, not promoting every day, not like going over the top. That's not what I mean. Yes, raise the vibration of love. So important, so important. And Laureen is into that stuff. She helps manifest soulmates, and it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. I'm all about manifestation, Laureen. Were you there for the breathwork meditation that we did, or did you join in late? Something which is very close to my heart. Something very close to my heart that we did. So when I say start speaking about your offers, guys, I want to, number one, let you know that what you offer is unique to you. You cannot be judged by people or people's opinions and all of that stuff that they tell you. First thing is, I want you to step into the shoes of feeling 100% confident about speaking about your offer, even in your sleep. Number one, get confident. Everything, like talk to yourself in the mirror if you have to. Get hold of your best friend, get hold of someone. Start talking about it, because when you talk, instantly you will realize what are the blocks. I don't like that word. Where is the clogging? Where are the, you know, what is coming in the way? What is stopping it? Thank you, Ramona. It'll come onto the surface. Allow it to come up to the surface, because there is stuff. I know there is stuff. Everybody has that stuff. People don't speak about offers. There's a very deep reason to it. It's not just mindset. Mindset doesn't help. Trust me, mindset doesn't help when it comes to this. They tell you in the name of mindset a lot of things. It doesn't. In this case, I'm telling you, it doesn't help. It's more about you're not confident because of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reasons. You're either scared of, I don't want to put words in your mouth because everybody is different, but something like, it's always got to do with your self-image. It's always got to do with what is this person going to say. It's always about when you feel rejected, because everybody feels rejected initially, especially till the time you get good at something, right? Identity, absolutely. So when you get rejected, how does that make you feel? I've done a whole video on this actually. It's a part of one of my bonus offers actually, which I just give it away because I think everybody should watch that video. It's beautiful. It's all about sales calls and what happens, the energetics of what happens inside the sales call, the whole spiral, and how do you get out of it? There's a whole framework to it. So I've actually done a video on that. It's a half an hour, I think. I don't know. I did it last year. I don't just put it out loosely in my groups anymore. So when I see the right people, the right environment, when people are ready to receive it, then I'm happy to share it with you guys. Okay. So I might just make it, I think I'll make it available inside the VIP intensive. So it's always when you go deeper down, so there are a couple of things. Either nobody has taught you how to put out your offer. There's a framework. I told you there's a framework. You can watch mine and learn from it. Okay. There's always a framework. It's like step one, do this step. I'm just giving you steps right now, right? What are we doing? The 3C client closing framework. What are we doing? Step one, do this. These are the pieces. Step two, do this. These are the pieces. Close template, same thing. These are the steps. Follow it. Fill in the blank, prompts. Talk about this, talk about this, talk about this. It's very doable. There's nothing mindset to it. Why you don't do it is because you're not confident about what you're offering. You're not either confident about the kind of results that you tell people that you're going to get. I don't know why. Or somebody, one of your coaches, somebody in the industry has told you funny things. I've heard so many funny things over the years. It's a very fancy coach making so much money. And I was once attending one of her free events and I was very curious. As I said, I like to see what people, the back of the, behind the door scenes and strategies and frameworks that people are using. So she had a team of 2 people supporting her. And so one of them reached out to me, very poorly written messages, but then I said, okay, it's fine. And then I said, can you please share the offer with me, the sales? I am going and asking for the sales page link. Can you imagine? No one does that because I want to see it. I want to know what the offer is. She's talking, she's given that presentation. Now I want to know what's the next step. She says, no, but we don't have the link. I said, what do you mean you don't have the link? I said, you don't have an offer? You booked the call. I said, I don't want to book the call without knowing the offer. Why should I book the call? I don't know. What am I up against? What is the investment? What is the offer stack? Is it good for me? I mean, time-wise. And why am I going to be confronted right in front by the coach? And the call was being taken by the coach, not even a team. So she comes in, she refuses to give out the link. Why? And then I never do this. I never do this because such a disaster. And I knew I was not going to sign up. But I was so curious because I tried twice back and forth with the person. I looked her up on Google, and I'm very good at searching stuff on Google. I tried every possible permutation combination to find the URL of her page. I could not find it. I said no. And then by then I'd lost it. I said, I have to meet her. And I went on a call with her. And she said what she said. It was a very poorly conducted call, I must say. I don't know how people are buying, and she says she's making 100K a month. I don't know. I don't have any proof, but I'm assuming she's right. And then I asked her by the end of it, she gave me the offer and I'm like, so I need time to process. I don't even know if I want it or what. And then I asked her and she couldn't say anything because I knew how to conduct myself. And I asked her, I said, so what is the reason that you don't give out this information during your live? You just went live, you spoke for 45 minutes. Why wouldn't you talk about your offer there at all? Like at all. Like I don't even know the name of her offer, like that bad. No, but we want the objections. People have objections and then they come and then we want to, address them one-on-one in a call. And how many of you heard me what I just said? Really heard me what I said? And what do you interpret out of that? Tell me your interpretations. Why does it sound bad? That's what I want to know. I made it sound bad, so that's me, not you. But why is it bad? She's super confident. Huh? If you listen to her talking, she's like more confident than I am. Confused about
Because she will make you buy. She will
Huh?
make you buy. It's deceptive, yeah.
Yeah, deceptive. but-
Confusion.
Yeah. So my question is, isn't she anticipating objections coming up even if I didn't have any objections? Like she's decided in her brain that objections will come. So you're inviting in objections in your life, or are you deflecting them away? What are you doing?
Yeah, she's inviting, but she's also prepared to make you buy anyway. So she's very prepared on
So
selling.
it is pushing it down my throat, right? And making me
Yeah.
feel horrible if I say no for whatever reason.
Exactly.
And I don't like it. I don't want to be pushed into sales, even if I think that her offer is brilliant and it's going to really help me. Just by her doing this, I don't want to buy from her. Do you know what I mean?
I agree. I've been in some of the calls.
Okay, I want to go back to the comments. Yeah, because she wasn't clear on an offer. She was very clear on her offer. I haven't understood until today what is the reason for doing this. I honestly, because she's super confident, she's doing really well, she's got a good audience, she's promoting her stuff everywhere. I can't name her, it's not right on me, because you would have possibly also seen the person. If I tell you one or two names, she has a certain specific style of promotion and you would have seen it. But I'll not talk about it. But what I'm saying is I still haven't understood the psychology behind doing it. Too embarrassed, fearful to tell you upfront what the cost is. It wasn't even too much. It was $4,000. It's not like she was charging me $10,000, if you know what I mean. It's a norm in the industry. Everybody charges $4,000, $5,000 is very normal. It wasn't a 1-year program. I think it was a short duration program. I don't remember how long, maybe 3 months. I don't remember. But what I mean is the price was okay. The investment was okay, but the whole strategy was beyond me. Possibly. So what I mean is, so a lot of people tell you a lot of strange things. They'll tell you, they will not teach you the right way to present your offer. It's so important. Number two, they'll tell you all these crazy things about, oh, objections will come. There's, they create a whole big deal about objections, everybody out there. And you're like, oh, somewhere deep down, you're like, oh, the minute I put out my offer, if I push myself, I practice, of course you can do it. But then objections will come. You're anticipating objections will come, and you're scared to handle those damn objections because of the whole big fat wall that has been created around that. Isn't it so? Is that right? You're scared of handling those objections because you definitely are not confident about doing it. Anybody else has another viewpoint on this? Yeah. Like I've learned so much from just observing people and what they do, that I understand, oh, but you should do this, but then you should do that. And over the years, a lot of very interesting things have come together for me. Possibly trying to add mystery. Thank you, Ramona. Thank you, Ramona. I also learn from all of you and your experiences and your shares. It's always a beautiful learning experience for me as well. Also, if you see while you keep those comments rolling in, your lack of confidence is very, very important. And I'm going to not go into much detail on this because we are running past time now. If your lack of confidence does reflect big time on your potential clients in that call, and it does come in the way of them making that buying decision every single time. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Whatever you are feeling, whether you say it or you're not, you can pretend to be all hi, lovely. I can't do that. I'm very bad at that kind of stuff. But you can be doing all of that, and inside you're like all nervous. Your hands are sweating. You're, like, I don't know what to say. Maybe we'll take it the way it goes. All of that stuff, that energy, and yeah, it's transferring. It's mirroring. It always mirrors, and that's how you attract what you are. That's exactly. It works both ways, right? Whatever you are is what comes to you. If you are not confident, you'll attract people who are not confident in investing in you. If you are nervous, they'll be nervous in investing with you. If you are, it works exactly that way. It's the same energy. It works with every human being around you, not just your clients. So when they tell you step into your power, for me, these have always been just phrases. What does it really mean? Step into your power. What do you do to step into your power? These are the things, these are the tangible small things that you do in your everyday life so that you keep shifting away from, what you don't want to be and move to the next version of you faster. So, so guys, this was good, right? The 3 pieces were really good. So the offer is so important. And I will try to demonstrate my offer template to you because I think it's very important. I want you all to learn and practice and go out and put your offers with your lives, with your whatever conversion events you're doing. Always talk about your offer. Always talk about your offer. Never, even if it's a casual weekly live, you may not do like a 30-minute pitch, and don't use the word pitch, but what I mean is you may not do like talk about it, like explain, open it up, everything. Don't do that. But you can say, I've got this, your content, the topic of the day should dial into your main signature offer. You talk about that topic of the day and say, if anybody is ready to take the next step forward with me, this is what I have on offer. And we can always schedule a call. So send me a message or comment, whatever, take a tag word, a nice word, and say comment below. That's it. You're talking about it. You're not expecting someone to do it, but every time somebody listens to it, the name of your program, what you do, that you have a program, and it's a whatever, it's a one-on-one, it's a group program, it's a 6-month program, whatever. So just the basics, it registers, no? Every time, next time they hear it, it's not coming as a first time. They're already primed to that. And when you talk about it the next time, a little something, people take time to invest in you, right? Not everybody is a very fast action taker. Or they first invest in a smaller offer with you. They'll do something, they'll buy something with you, or, some call. They can also buy a call from you, right? They can be doing different things depending upon what your flow is. So that's fine. Do that. So the next piece, guys, there are 5 pieces to conversion. These are the 3 strategies that we did. And these are obviously the most important. If you understand conversion, like if you just started talking about your offers, you can 3x your clients straight up from your whatever conversion events that you're doing. During those conversion events, if you name your calls really well, and if you apply the push and pull strategy that I've just told you, not make yourself loosely available, that will add to your closing rate so much more. And you have done nothing. You've done nothing, right? What have you done to do that? Now, the 4th one is it supports the offer part, the previous one. And this is so important, so important. Again, I see, and as I said, I've pulled out the ones that are so doable that you can start doing them right away. If you want, we can do this together also, whichever way. But you can start doing this right away. And I promise you, you'll see such fast results, such fast conversions for your programs. Collect and use literally sexy testimonials, video testimonials. Do not wait for people to say what they want to say. Your testimonials that you get have to be 100% dialed into your signature offer. Yet once again, how do you do that? How do you get people to say things that are dialed into your offer? That's the trick. That's the trick I'm going to tell you about right now. Random testimonials do not work. Right from simple things like the orientation. If you want to use it on your website, you want to tell them to give you a horizontal testimonial. They look horrible when people give it to you on the mobile. And the good news is when you get horizontal testimonials, it's very easy to crop them and turn them into vertical for your social media. So then you can use them in both ways, but you can't do it the other way around. You see what I mean? So if you just let them know how you want it, they're filming it, right? It doesn't matter to them whether they film it this way or that way. It's the same person doing the same thing. It's just a matter of conveying, communicating the right information at the right time, exactly the way that they understand, piece by piece, explaining to them why, and giving them a call to action. The same DM, the way we write the DMs, same thing, apply it to your testimonial. Tell them what to say when you are telling them to give you the testimonial, and get the testimonial that you need. I'll give you some pointers, quick pointers, how I do it. But do you see the power of it? Why do you need testimonials? What do they do, guys? There is a framework for it, 100%. I don't operate without frameworks at all anymore. What is the power of the testimonials? Have any of you watched my testimonials and my stories recently? Authority, credibility, guys. You can watch them on my page on the Wealth Code Activator page. I'm going to be sharing that link with you. You can watch them just to understand how do you take the. You see, don't treat it like a sales page. It is a sales page, but what I'm saying is treat it like framework for everything. I've done it. I've presented it. It's there. The product, final product is right in front of you. Open them up, watch them. If you read my emails, they're not standard emails. I don't do standard emails. I do not do copy paste. I write my copy myself, and I'm not a copywriter. How I do it is from my heart. How I do it is because I dial in everything into my main workflow. So I have a certain specific piece of content that I have to share. I talk because I know so much. So I want you to understand if I want to tell you that I want you to understand how DMs work, I can write a whole copy on that and I can send you an email because I want you to be prepared for that so that when I talk to you about it inside my workshop, you're already a little more open and receptive and you can come with your questions and I'm happy to answer them. You see what I mean? Does that make sense? Everything is talking to each other in my business, every single piece. So how do you do this? Obviously, I need to establish my credibility, right? So there's so many things I want to establish, not just my credibility. Again, there's a whole list. I haven't written it out for you right now, but just to give you an idea, I want to establish that I bring people results. I want to establish that I'm all the traits that you are looking for. If you are my prospective client, you're looking for something to know that, oh, she's a pleasant person to work with, right? Don't you want to know that she's approachable? How many coaches are approachable today, guys? They make themselves available to you. Mostly not, right? So you want to know that I'm approachable. You want to know that I know my stuff. You want to know my process of how do I get you the results? You want to know so many things about me. What was other people's experience of working with me? Isn't that important for you? So each of my testimonials conveys a different flavor. They're not static. So when I say template or when I say framework, it's not a copy paste framework that I send to each person. And I say, okay, here is my framework. Can you please film according to this and send it over? I change it around for every person. How am I able to do it? Because I understand, again, it's energy, right? Different people you work with, same client, same program. Every person, you have a different experience. You have a different experience, right? There are different pieces that you help them work with because each business is different. Each problem is different. Each business has a different issue with their sales pipeline. In my case, it's sales because I teach sales, right? So I also work with different kinds of people. I also do master classes. I also work with launch strategists as a teamwork. I also have collaborations. I also have, there are different kind of things, different kind of experiences I have with so many different people. Okay, I have helped so many people. I've supported so many people. They're happy to send out a testimonial. I've shared a completely different experience with them. People who are now using our softwares, I'm not only teaching them software, how to run the software, but they have some questions about strategies. Not that I can share a lot of the stuff on the messages, but sometimes I do as much as I can pull out time and support them. And when they get a tiny little result, they're like jumping all over the roof and like, oh my gosh, this worked and this is so good and you're so good. They're like so grateful. That's a testimonial, right? That's a testimonial. I get so many of them. In fact, I haven't been able to even put them together. So now think of all those testimonials like a storyboard. Imagine you've clipped them, and of course they're videos. Imagine you've got this big storyboard, vision board or something, and you've clipped each one of them there. And now this person comes in and you want them, it's like a presentation. And they should talk about different aspects of working with you. They should talk about different results. Result is not always how much money did they end up making. It doesn't matter. That's another myth here. A testimonial can be about, you can give me a testimonial today and say, this was my experience of attending Himani's workshop. Do you know what I mean? You can do that. Okay. So each one is completely unique here, and it highlights a different trait of mind, conveys a completely different story. And I generally send out an outline of what I want them to film for me. And they generally ask me actually, and when I share it with them, they're very happy that, oh, I know what to say. And I make it super simple. I make it super doable. I do not complicate it. So, you know, you can watch some of them on my Wealth Code Activator page. And as an example, oh, okay. So I have one of, you know, there are some announcements that are going to come towards the end of the presentation, some free gifts and special gifts and announcements. One of them is actually, I would like you guys to, people who have got some value from this presentation, I would like you to do a testimonial for me as an example. And the best testimonial gets to win a 30-minute one-on-one call with me. Okay. The best testimonial wins a 30-minute one-on-one call with me. And it's valid for only 24 hours. So feel free to film a quick, sexy testimonial for me in a horizontal format if you found value in this workshop. And what this will do is, why I asked for this is not, I mean, I have enough for myself, but what it does is, when you talk about it, you inspire so many other people to come and show up. And when they show up and they take action, and you know, their businesses flourish and their lives, they can further create so much impact in other people's lives. You can spread the goodness by just coming on camera and just talking for a couple of minutes and create this domino effect in all our lives. Again, as I said, we are all one. It's oneness. It's all energy. So we contribute to the growth, to the consciousness, to the higher vibration. That's all that it does. So it's always helpful. It's always helpful. And since you guys are here, I'll give you a clue. I'll give you a clue. Thank you, Laureen. I'll give you a clue. The simplest of scripts that you could do, if in case you want to, you would also receive an email from us shortly on all the free gifts and stuff. The simplest of scripts that you can do it for me or otherwise also in your workflow to your clients. You can tell them, do a half a line intro. Literally, they're very happy to hear that. No, half a line means, oh, no work. How does the brain perceive half a line intro? This is easy. I can do a half a line intro. So you have to write words the way the brain enjoys, like gets them excited. That's what I mean when I say get them excited to take action. Half a line intro. What got you to sign up for this workshop? Fastest paths to clients, right? It's not difficult. They know why they signed up, right? So it's a no-brainer. It's very easy. They're looking for something. You guys spoke about it also in your introductions, the ones who did it. What got you to sign up? Share your 1 or 2 topmost breakthroughs, takeaways, ahas, which you can. It's very, very simple. There's so many, hundreds of them. You can pull out 1 or 2 at the top of your brain. Very easy. How does that make you feel? It's very important. The feeling part is so important, because when you share your feeling, that's the part that connects with the person who's watching your video. The feeling connects with the person, not the fact. The feelings always connect, and people miss out on that feeling because that person is there. And when they listen to it, they want to show up and take action. Okay. So how does that make you feel? And if you want to share anything about me as a person, as in not just the information, but like, you know, how I conduct myself, what do you like about me, something that you'd like to share, if you'd like to share. It's very easy, right? I can just do one for each one of you in the next, like 2 to 3 minutes. I can finish doing it for all of you. It's so easy and so simple. That's your template. Half a line intro, what got you to sign for the workshop, your top 2 breakthroughs or takeaways, how do they make you feel? Any one thing about me from the workshop, any trait, any characteristic that you like about me. That's it. And each one of you will come up with a different flavor. Is that correct? Your breakthroughs will be different. your characteristics will be different, and it adds so much flavor. Even though it's the same, it's the most basic template. I'm not even getting into the advanced template right now. Very, very basic. With our clients, we do little more advanced templates. Okay. And I obviously modify them to the experiences that we've had with them. So again, we'll do this together in the VIP intensive called Wealth Code Activator. That's definitely. Testimonials help you sell without doing anything. Thank you, Laurie. Testimonials help you sell without doing anything. The testimonials sell for you. You just have to post them and they sell for you, because when someone tells something about you, people buy it way faster. You can go on harping about yourself. I know this, I do this. It's still slower. But if you go and tell someone else, it's going to be way faster. If one person here buys into the program, the second person who's on the fence will buy automatically without me having to do anything. That's why a bigger audience is very helpful. A bigger audience buys faster because one person takes action, two people take action. A lot of people just end up, it's almost like FOMO. They don't want to miss out, fear of missing out. Did that make sense, guys? The sexy testimonials. You can also get testimonials from clients who haven't yet got those results. They're new clients. You can even get testimonials from them. There's a whole way of doing it. We also do that. I love teaching all this. So important. These are skill sets you must learn in your business, people. And the last one for conversion, guys, it's a little advanced strategy. We'll just do it in like a minute. It's follow-up. And when I say follow-up, I mean some kind of a system, whether it's a spreadsheet or a CRM. I use CRM. I also use a social media CRM. For me, one of the softwares that we've built is a CRM for Messenger. I can turn around my Messenger completely, not the way Facebook shows me, but the way I want to see it. That's it. I'm not going to talk more about it. Okay. So it's completely different. So the whole idea here is to be able to stay on top of each and every person who's a part of your business ecosystem. You need to know at what stage are they at with you, what all touch points you've made with them, every touch point that they've made with you. Okay. All of that at the click of a button. That's why systems are so important. That's why SOPs are so important. And I write sales SOPs. So that's why SOPs are so important. And that's why when you reach a stage of scaling and growing and hiring teams, whenever that is, that's fine. You don't have to do it right away. When you start in the right direction, when you lay the right foundation for your business, it's very easy to train your teams because you already have started in that direction. Make sense? Because unless you have systems, you cannot outsource. You will never be able to outsource. So you choose the correct systems right in the beginning, correct strategies right in the beginning, get them working, get them all up and running, and make big cha-ching. That's how you convert. Does that make sense, people?
It was
You want
great.
to share something, ask something, go ahead. Your time.
I was just going to add on to the fact that testimonials are huge because, I mean, even Amazon grew to over $1 trillion company just from people leaving reviews underneath the products, you know? So it builds so much trust and credibility. Yeah. And we're programmed that way. Monkey see, monkey do, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's so much easier. And there's a whole strategy to it. And it's very simple. You learn it one time, you own it for the rest of your life. Laureen wants to say something.
I do, yes. This has been so amazing. I'm so glad that I saw your message when I did. I really am.
Me too.
So thank you very much for all of this beautiful information and definitely things that my coach does not talk about at all, you know, in terms of, you know, actually DMing people. That for me, I think has been the biggest thing. Make that contact. Why are we so, it's like this whole vibe has been created about cold DM, and it's like, dare you cold DM? And from the get-go, I'm very new to this journey. I've only been an entrepreneur for the past 4 months. And this whole system of how cold DMing is like the worst possible thing you could do to a person has made me feel, when someone cold DMs me, I'm like, ugh. And even though I haven't had a negative experience, I haven't, but it's just this narrative that's been created. And I understand why, because it can feel a bit icky. Nobody really wants to put themselves out there in such a vulnerable way, but why the hell not? You know, I mean, you're running a business.
You're running a
Businesses
business.
should-
It's like
You're
it's
running a
like you have-
business.
Yeah, you have a storefront, you have a brick and mortar. Won't you tell people, call people, do something, send out flyers? Weren't you doing that? all the time?
Exactly.
What is
Exactly.
the difference? This is an online world, guys.
Exactly. And my corporate career, I was a sales rep for 10 years. So it's what I always like. This is what I used to do all day, every day. And now I've stepped into the online world and I'm just sitting here going, ooh, 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 they're going to
How
come
is
to me.
that
I know
not
they
spamming?
will.
How is that not spamming and how is cold DMing spamming? I don't understand the difference.
Right?
Explain to me,
Exactly.
please.
Exactly.
Well, it's
So,
like-
Well, it means I'm warm, I'm talking, I'm leaving voice messages, I'm not going into a voicemail, it's so much
Exactly.
more personal. There's a human, there's no automated machine, there's no chatbot. What's wrong with you? I'm making
Mm.
myself available. I know something. I'm open to listening to you. I have so much value to share with you. You may or may not be a good fit. That's fine. We can just get to meet person to person, human to human. Why not?
Mm.
We are
Yeah.
humans. We have a connection here.
Love it.
Me too.
There's
Me
a-
too. I love
There's
it.
a
I
reason,
love it.
there's a reason why when you go into a store, they say, would you like any help? You know, it's like,
You're right.
it's really simple. Your success is directly in direct relationship to how many interactions you're having and personal interactions. That's the sale happens when you're talking with the person. It's not always inbound. They're not just going to start throwing money at you. You have to actually.
It'll never happen
Mm.
that way. And if you're in the coaching world, like I know you're into products and different portfolios. So for you, it may be slightly different in certain sections of your business. And I know you're into big audience and a lot of different things. But, since I talk mostly to coaches and everybody else is pretty much a coach here, it
Mhm.
doesn't work that way at all. Like blanket, it doesn't work that way. And if you're doing low ticket or mid ticket, I don't know why you're doing it. Do it right, earn the
Mhm.
right, give out everything that you've got, make the bucks, serve people, empower them so much that they can go and serve another 10-fold, 20-fold, 100-fold people. If you can do that, it's not about you serving someone. It's a very limited mindset, according to me. Open yourself up. Empower those people so much that they go and create magic outside. And that's where it all comes back to you. You know what I mean? It's the same
Yeah.
prayer that we did. It's
Mm.
so powerful, I can't tell you. It just opens up magical doors for you because you become one with the universe. And that's what your real purpose is.
Himani, you're speaking my language like you can't believe. This is exactly my vibe, completely my vibe. We are source energy.
We need to meet.
Yeah.
at
We
some
are
point.
source energy. We are the universe.
We are the universe.
We are the universe.
They say
So-
we are the creators, but I say we are co-creators. Because I like to not become the creator, but being a part of the whole.
Mm,
That
yes.
humility side of me is actually keeps me from that, literally.
Just to add on that beautiful last message, I wanted to quote Rumi, "You are not a drop in the ocean, you are the entire ocean in a drop."
I love it. I love it. I love it so much. Love it so much. Thank you for the share. I think you guys, the ones who are staying now, they're like, there's a different connection that I feel with all of you. And I'm sure you can feel it together amongst yourselves too in that room. So guys, the last part here is basically, I have something to say about coaching programs and why I don't do them and why I do what I do and why I have switched over to VIP Day Intensive. And it's just a very simple explanation. Simple. I think you all have gone through this, and Laureen will possibly, the one way, because you're starting out, as you said, as a coach, as an entrepreneur, all of us did it a couple of years ago, whatever number of years ago. Then what happens is you go through somebody, you go through that long process. It's so boring. It's so overwhelming. Everybody goes through that. And it always keeps you stuck. There's no other way. I mean, it's very sad, but it does. And if anybody has had a different experience here, please feel free to share. And that's why I think, especially today, because there is, especially since COVID, the number of people who are turning into coaches has become uncontrollably huge. There is no entry barrier to this industry anymore. And what is happening is that they're long, they're boring, 6 months long, 12 months long. And then what happens is life happens during that time. So much is happening. Things are turning around in days and weeks now. I mean, it's happening. That's how the spiritual world is right now. If you understand what I just said about manifesting, this is like a very, very, like we're moving like this at this point, last 1.5, 2 years. And it's going to go on until the end of 24 at least. So, you know, they will tell you to do those engaging and posting strategies on Facebook or run ads. None of that works. I've just explained, spoken about it for a couple of hours. Just doesn't work. They put out so much content. You know the drill. They put out so much content in their dashboards, and you just go and watch. They say, come and ask your questions. You don't know what your questions are. There's no implementation, guys. Anybody else who feels that coaching programs are really, really, really not cutting it out at all, like broadly speaking, they're just not cutting it out anymore. Anybody feels like that? Thank you, Laureen. So what I decided is keeping in mind, and also speed. Speed is so important. And I feel that none of the business coaching programs teach the actual tactical sales pieces. And when I say sales pieces, I mean, don't take it as sales. And you know, I don't talk about sales as sales, but I don't know how else to word it to make you understand it's selling and getting clients, client getting pieces, if I may call it. They do not teach those. It's a fact. I've worked with Kelly Roach and her clients. I've worked with Melissa Grice, all of their clients have worked with me. Mostly you will see all the testimonials. I've mentioned their names. I've mentioned their coaches' names on my page. I'm just going to share that link with you. You can go watch it. All these people, you feel they're making $50,000, $100,000. I can tell you from the inside, they are all stuck in those fancy programs. Forget about the other programs, the $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 program. They're all stuck, even at that level, because the sales are not happening the way. I mean, you put in so much, you see they have a team, they can afford all of that. There's a lot of vibe, this big event, 300, 400 people coming in, and there's some sales happening. You know how much time, energy, resources go into organizing that, and what is the amount that they take back with them? So unless they really ramp up and they, as I said, unclog completely their sales pipeline, tweak it, just doesn't happen. They're all stuck. So that's where I come in. I help them unclog their sales pipelines. I set up their SOPs. I set up their conversion scripts. I write DM scripts for their teams, for their social sellers. If you know what live launches are, the team is called social selling teams there. I train them. I train them what to say, how to stay on top of people, how to write systems, how to stay on top of systems. Very, 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 very advanced stuff. This what I'm teaching you, it took me a while to pull out the best pieces, the minimum pieces, so that you guys don't get overwhelmed, and the pieces that can get you insane results. So that's what took me a lot of time to do, why I could not put it together. You see? So, so because of that, I completely moved away from doing coaching programs, guys, and into completely shifting over to VIP day intensives, which means, I mean, I also do done for you programs for those people. But today we are talking only about the VIP day intensive, which is relevant for you. Every piece, if you want, I can go over all the entire thing with you again. If I don't know if anybody needs that, but all the pieces that we spoke about today, we build those pieces out one-on-one together. When I say one-on-one, it's the same workshop, the same Zoom room. We sit together, very small, very intimate. I create the scripts for you. I create the prompts for you. I do the frameworks for you. I help you pull out the right information from your programs, assuming you already have programs running. You get out the right information, you build out the scripts, If the video is to be filmed, you write the scripts together with me, we discuss them, you come on the screen. I mean, in a free workshop, you're talking to me. It's not a master class the way you normally have. Have you ever done this kind of stuff with other people? Ever? That's how I do. I can't talk, I can't conduct myself in a one-way system. Even my weekly lives, I used to be very regular. I've done so many videos. Like in 21, I used to do every week I used to go live. And then I stopped because I just realized it doesn't help. Same reasons. That's how I've learned. I've done it the hard way and I've learned that it doesn't work, right? So that's why I'm able to share with you with so much confidence what the problems are. Okay. So so then what we do is we sit together as one team, as one family. We help each other, we write our scripts, we do the work. It's a full implementation style thing. And it's not like I give you something and I walk away. We do it together. We film things together. We watch the videos. We make sure everything is done and dusted for you. So that by the time you walk out of it, you have everything done and installed and up and running. And obviously, if you get the softwares, it's not a prerequisite or anything. But if you get the softwares, the results get magically more. I mean, now, as I said, I've explained to you a lot about the technology. Of course, we can talk more about it at some point. But then people who have it, then I also help them map out all the pieces that can be fed directly into the softwares, into the automations. We set out the automations step by step. Before that, we set out the whole flow, all the pieces, write all your templates. I give you the testimonial templates. I teach you how to put out your offer, everything, all those pieces, right from all your DM scripts, how to deliver your content to your people, everything. So we did, I think I wrote down some pieces here. Conversation, how do you build multiple touch points? So we create that flow. How do you use technology? We spoke about use automation and technology, right? So we spoke about how do you write those 10 things that one DM should cover, the filters. We map that out together for you, for your business, okay? In communication, we talk about the 3 group entry questions. I give you the framework, I teach you. When I say give you the framework, I teach you step by step in your business, do this, do this, do this. You write it down, go and change it, you're done, okay? Then I help you set up the group funnel correctly. So we map out the 3 pieces of content. We write the scripts. I teach you, you write your scripts, you film them, write the posts, whatever is required. You finish it during the workshop. Then you create and automate your client experience journey using the software. If you want to do it by yourself manually, you're more than welcome. I'll still teach you. So if you want to use the software to automate it, you can do that too. Delivery of your pieces on a daily basis. Like you send out emails, here you send out DMs. How do you write them? What do you say to them? What do they receive? What makes them take the action? What makes them show up? And stuff like that. So we build it out together. And then the conversion pieces, the 5 pieces that we did. Push and pull, like, of course, I'll tell you where to put your links, what to do, depending upon what you're doing. So you share with me and then I guide you on what to do. Naming of your sales calls, of all your calls. We go through that. We create everything dialed into your sales process. We speak about your offers. I just explained, we talk about your offer template. And I will start my offer template in a bit. I mean, this is also a part of the offer template, right? I'm telling you what the program does. So this is a part of the template, but there is a 8-step process and I'm going to take you through that right now. So I teach you what are the actual steps, what's the framework that looks like. I teach you how to collect testimonials, new clients, old clients, what to say, how to ask, what to send to them, how to send out reminders, okay? And the follow-up system depends, it's an advanced strategy. So people who are there, who have questions, depending upon if you're using softwares or not, that's completely optional. I don't want you to sign up for any fancy softwares if you're not ready for it. You can start with basic something on an Excel spreadsheet, which is for free. And that's fine. That works very well. That's it. So that's all that we cover inside the 3-day VIP intensive, guys. And the whole idea of launching this program is to help you match 6 months of revenue in just 3 days of working with me, literally one-on-one. I mean, do you feel that you're not talking to me one-on-one right now? Do you feel that you're talking one-on-one right with me right now, right? It's exactly the same. Small group of people, we do one-on-one, and this is how it works. We meet up in my Zoom room for 3 full days, up close and personal, just like this. Everybody can share their screens, everybody can talk. You're working, if you're working with a business coach, even better. Don't let that hold yourself back. If some people think that, oh, let me finish with this, but you'll just keep pushing your time, you know what I'm saying. I don't want to go back and forth on this. I think I've made my point earlier. So basically the whole idea is to help you map out your entire sales closing process. Okay. So this program is called Wealth Code Activator. And I've told you it's a 3-day VIP intensive, meaning it's a mother of all implementation labs, action-packed, high energy, high vibe. Your other life will go for a toss. Not everybody's cut out for it. I'm very high action, high energy, high vibe, sort of a person. There'll be a lot to chew. Like if in a half a day, I can give you so much information, imagine what's going to happen in 3 days. It'll be a lot. You'll be pushed out of your comfort zone. You'll be pushed to take action. There could be a little bit of pressure, but with support and care and love from my side. But at the same time, if you're not that person who can sit through, do the work, you want to just take notes and go away, it might be difficult. That's a great question. Are there 3 consecutive days? I've been thinking through this. If technically it should be, but I might like to give a 1-day break in between days just to keep everyone's sanity. Yeah, I mean, you'll have enough time to implement throughout the active working days with me, but we can take a call, we can talk, right? I haven't set anything in stone. I mean, if you know me, I talk. When I'm there with you, I'm all yours. So idea is to help you in every possible way that I can. So once you sign up, we can even talk, all of us, depending upon who are there, and we can create a system that works for all of us. If you guys need a little more time, I'm happy to do that. So it's not like, oh, I don't work like the normal coaches at all. Yeah, we can do that. That's not a problem. You'll get, obviously, as I said, all template scripts, whichever piece needs, you will have everything together. Whole idea is to help you map out all of these pieces. Very small group, Q&As all day, every day, support, feedback from me. I don't outsource my programs to anyone. So you will see me on the calls throughout. And we talk only sales strategies, everything backward integrated from the sales closing and conversion all day, every day for all the 3 days. Okay. I mean, I don't know what will come out of you on the other side, honestly. It'll be like, I'll put you through some washer, mixer, dryer, and churn you and, take you through some uphill rock climbing and, whatever. You may get some bruises here and there. You will sweat through and you will be like, oh my gosh, I can't take it. And you'll be like this, but I'll be there. I'll be supporting you. And then when you come out on the other side, I want to see what you have to see, what you show me. And I die to be a part of that journey for you, with you. That's how I live now. So we will build out all these pieces. We will kill the overwhelm. We will kill the objections. You just put yourself through this one little process and everything will be over and done with. Okay. You know that there is a end date. There's a deadline to this madness. It's not a open-ended madness. So it's a pre-planned, pre-put out, because I don't want you to suffer for 6 months and 1 year and all of that shit. Please. I mean, I think we've all had enough. I've had enough of that myself. Okay. So, and the reason why I've built it, why I've built this program is because it's very, very close to my heart, because I've been wanting to, beyond just serving the high ticket live launch coaches, I also wanted to serve other people, because I see a big gap in the coaching industry when it comes to sales closing and conversion and serving clients. And this is what I know can really help a lot of people, because I think lack of implementation where it's all at. And that's why I'm making myself available. I can give you templates. It's easy for me. I can give you templates for some small price it like $497 or something, and say, here are my templates, go buy. Everybody will want to buy them, right? If I give you all the templates, offer template, testimonial, DM, make a nice package of 10 things, make it super juicy. I'm very good at writing offers, so I can do all of that. Sell it for $497, $997. Everybody will want to buy it. But I know you will not get the results. So, I know you will not get the results. So the kind of results that I see you getting, you will not get them. I can promise you that. Okay, I've seen enough of people to know that. So that's why I built out this program. I've told you it's taken me a whole lot of time to put it all together, and my heart and soul is into it. I want to serve hundreds of people, and this is the only way I can do it, because live launch coaches, it's only a one-on-one program. There are very few people who are at that level because they really have to graduate to that level. So I can only do so many, and it's very tiring for me because it's one-on-one. It's very, very high involvement from my side when I work with them. So this is good. I can work with a small group of people, see, get more people into like, you can reach there. I want you to turn into my live launch clients soon. That's what I hope, that you get into that phase and we get to work together. Like, you grow so big, so fast, and people are like, what happened suddenly? This is the difference. This is how you're going to make it happen. Okay. And so registrations for this close on, today's May 1st, they close on May 5th. And until then, you are free to, so I'm not going to put any buy now, sort of things on you. You can take your time, you can meet me, you can do a call. I have a short call that you got to book with me before you sign up. You cannot go and sign up on a page. I do not allow that, because I need to know you personally if I want to spend my time and space and energy with you and share yours. It's very, very important for me. So that's the only reason. So dates, as I said, they won't happen until the third week of May. It won't happen until the third week of May. So possibly I'm looking at 23rd of May. But with me, this is how it is, because I've got so many engagements. I've got my one-on-one clients. I've got so much going on that this is more like my passion. This is not mainstream for me. This stuff is not mainstream for me. But when I do it, that I'll put myself out there. So I want to make sure that I'm 100% fully available for you. So that's why I cannot give you like an exact date, but tentatively, let's say around the 23rd of May is what we will do, roughly. I mean, most likely you can block some dates in that week. And I will also get you started in the meantime with some resources so that you can start working on some things. It will not be like a membership area, go watch this, not like that, but some stuff that I think will help you. And then we can meet up and then we start working on building on your pieces. Okay. So this program is absolutely not for everyone, 100%. It's only for two types of people, guys. It's for two types of people. So I want to let you know that also in advance. First type of person is for some of you whose coaching business may not be doing that well financially right now. You may be in debt too. There's some people, for them that's true, because even to invest in other programs, people do those things. Maybe you are making $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 inconsistently. Give me a yes if that's you. If you're somewhere there. Yeah. And the second type of person is, thank you so much. Second type of person is for some of you who are already doing well with your coaching clients, but you have hit some sort of a barrier, some sort of a glass ceiling, and you want to break through that. Yeah, there are a lot of people like that. Okay, if you could be doing live launches, you may not be doing live launches, doesn't matter. It works for everybody. This is the foundation of any solid coaching business. Okay, it fast tracks your success by a couple of years, if not more. So that when there is a glass ceiling that you hit, that there is something missing in the foundational pieces that's keeping you stuck again and again, unclogging your sales pipeline. And I can guarantee you that this framework, this client closing system that I teach you inside Wealth Code Activator, you do it. When you install those pieces, you see the magic unfold in just 3 days. Just 3 days. It works like magic. It's a live only workshop. The format is it's a live only workshop. My workshops are only live. You cannot run away. You will not be allowed to switch off your camera at all, because there's a reason, and you understand, I hope. Now you'll be required to keep your other life aside completely. You'll be either working inside of the lab with me, with all of us together, or you'll be caught up finishing the assignments right after. Same day, if we give a break for a day or something, then even that. And you may get just some time to eat a little small peanut for dinner, if that's okay with you. You will only get that much time, okay? That's the kind of intensive work I'm looking at doing with you, because that's how I'm going to compress time for you. How many of you know what compressing time means? It literally happens. In the workshop style, this is what I plan to do with you guys, okay? So, and one very important thing that I may not have covered in the entire presentation is, you got to be always handling objections throughout your presentations, throughout your content building, throughout everything. So I'm going to teach you that. Handling objections, even though we kill the objections using our passive nurturing system throughout, but even then they may still come up, maybe a couple of them once in a bit. You got to be so prepared that you can talk about and handle objections even in your sleep. Any kind of objections, whether they come in your first cold DM, whether they come wherever, it doesn't matter. Whether they come in a call, whether they come wherever that they come, okay? So every single point, even in your closed template, you got to be handling objections all the time. How many hours per day are we looking at being available for more than 8 hours a day? We'll try not to be in the Zoom room for that long, because it can get very exhausting and you may not be able to absorb the content. So maybe we'll do, so each day can be different. I don't want to give you a time. I told you half a day. We've been live for like 6 hours now. That's me. That happens. Okay. When I'm talking and I'm sharing and you have questions and we need to discuss, that's how we work. We need to get the work done. But let's say the goal will be to meet up for 5-6 hours every day, but then you will be working even after that. So you can take a break, eat something, whatever. But as I said, keep your other life aside if you can. You must actually, you won't be able to finish it otherwise. It's like do or die, right? It's like, let's get it over and done with. Now I have a system, let's finish it and let's go out and serve people. That's it. You're done. You see what I mean? I'm telling you, you're going to jump a couple of years ahead of your peers, of your colleagues, for sure, 100%. So if you can invest these 3 days, please do. And I know it may sound too good to be true, but that's how it is. That's really how it is. I mean, so I'll just share the link so you guys can take a look. I mean, it would have come to you in your emails also by now. Did I open it? No, let me just get it. Just 1 second. The last email that you would have got, the link would have come. Just in case you miss out, but I'm just sharing with you in Zoom chat right now. Also, there is a fastest fingers first offer on this. So people who are leaving will miss out on my explanation of it. So you can go through the page very quickly just to tell you there is something like that available. Because I like fast action takers. Here is the link, guys. I just sent it to you. And yeah, any questions so far? Do you see the value of this offering, guys? Do you see what it can do for your business, for your lives, for your clients' lives, for your spiritual life, for your growth, for your expansion? Do you see all of that? I don't know how much do you think it's worth to you? I don't know how much do you think it's worth to you? So anybody has any numbers in mind that you think it's worth to you? Even though I've shared with you the link, I don't want you to see it and then tell me. Don't be biased. It's almost like, you know, if you could go to a shop right now and on the shelf of the store, there was an item that was labeled as self-love. And you're like, I can download all these chips for the rest of my life. Like I can have it for the rest of my life. How much would you pay for it? How much would you pay for that? Like self-love, you just get it for the rest of your life. It's something like that. Also, you can book a call. You can book a call with me. The link is there on the same page. Go through it, spend a little time on it. It's been built with a lot of love for all of you. And I mean, you know, I've kept the price something like, I think I calculated, I get to make like $100 an hour or something for this highest paying skill set of sales closing, which I think is really nothing. But when I get to charge upwards of $11,000 from my one-on-one clients, as honest as that. But I want to, as I said, this is like something I really, really want to make a difference in the coaching industry and all the mess and all the nonsense that's going around it. And I think this is my tiny drop of, my giving back, if I may call it, that I really want to make a difference in people's lives. And this is what I'm doing. I cannot be doing this workshop very often because it takes away from my mainstream work, which I love absolutely. So if you guys think you're going to attend the next one or the next one, I won't do it very often. And if you need any support of any kind, anything, just talk to me and we'll make it happen for you. But if you are somewhere, if you are someone that thinks, forget about anything else. If you think that this is something that can really, like it spoke to you, like I spoke to you, the content spoke to you, what I'm saying to you makes sense, please book a call and talk to me. Not only because, I mean, I don't have anything else to sell to you, right? It's open. I'm not hiding anything from you. But even if you don't want to get it, that's fine. I love to get to know you because we've spent so much time, space, energy together. That's how I will connect with my people. I like to spend 10, 15 minutes with you, just talk to you, just see where you are. I don't know all of you personally. I want to kind of, if you need guidance on, what's the next step for you, I would love to be a part of that. So definitely book a call with me as soon as you can. The slots are open for the next couple of days. Just book a call. It'll be very nice to catch up with you any which ways. And if you would like to join in, there is a fastest fingers first that I've added just for fun, because I think I like to see people who are so invested, because I like to invest back in them even more. So basically the price, this package is about the kind of value that it has. You can go through the whole stack. I've taken you through it already. But the whole stack is about, the value is about $45,000. The whole stack, the value of it is about $45,000. It's there on the page. If you want me to share the page and take you through that, I could do that too. I'm just trying to save myself of the trouble, but I can do that, not a problem. But I've priced it for only I don't even remember. It's $3,100, $3,100 for the 3 full days. And I've got a fastest fingers first. I've got 3 spots that are available for only $2,600. If you can, the first 3 people who can sign up for this, the investment is $2,600 for all the 3 VIP days. And also, there is only 1 spot which is yet to be taken. There's only 1 spot that's available for $2,222. 1 spot available. And there are 3 for 26, and the price is otherwise 31. And after 5th of May, it goes back up to full price, which is $5,555. Okay, that's the full price of the program, $5,555. Was it clear, or should I write it down? I should have actually shared the screen and written it out. I'm just trying to be lazy here. So all those prices, all those investments, all the options are there on the page. And every time I launch it, the price goes up. The price goes up every time I launch it. So definitely make sure that you make use of it. If you are on the fence, if you have questions, book a call. I'm happy to meet with you. And if you don't find a slot that works for you, that can happen. You just book any slot that works for you. Whatever is available, doesn't matter what day, what time, and message me, not email me, message me and tell me I can switch it manually for you. Okay. So we can also do that. People who want to make use of fastest fingers first and you don't find a good slot, you can book any slot and message me that you want to meet me earlier and what is the earliest available slot available. Okay, then we can book you manually and then we can get you onboarded that way also. Does that make sense? Any questions so far, please? And once you click on the button there, it says book appointment with me. There'll be a form. And that form is basically to help me understand where you are. And we meet up for 10, 15 minutes, just say hello and whatever, there's some questions I'm happy to answer. If you just want to meet me, talk to me, more than welcome. If you want to find out if it's a good fit for you, that you have some questions around it, or you want to just sign up, you want to claim the fastest fingers first spot, you're all good. I'll get you onboarded right away. together with me. My payment systems are slightly different, so we do it together on the call in case you choose to do that. And that's it. And I see you coming up with all the success that I think you guys deserve. And the fact that that the ones who've stayed with us right till the end speaks very, 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 very highly of you. I know that you're invested in your success. I know that you want to make it happen. And I know the biggest thing is that I know that you believe in yourself and you know that you're there to make a difference. And that's what kills it for me. That's what is the most important thing that I look out for when I work with people. That's it from my side, guys. I loved sharing every bit of it.